Good morning and good evening, team. Thank you for joining today's session. And today we are starting a new module, which is called Web Service. Let's first understand what is this Postman API, what is the web service, everything. So, and just everyone able to see the screen, right? Go Ibibu. Yes. Okay. You can put a text also. Now you have to interact it because it is not live. You have to talk. This is only our team members. You just reply me the answer. For example, if you want to book a flight ticket, just we are focusing on book flight ticket. Just tell me what are all the ways we can book a flight ticket. What are all the ways? Tell me.
Through online website.
Okay, online, third
offline,
party website, offline instance,
a counter, maybe.
counter. Yeah, you can say airport counter,
Travel
Yeah.
agents.
travel agency. Then
Paytm.
Sorry, Paytm.
No, sorry, it's online.
Something Paytm or using a payment app. Like let's put like that way. And any other way. We can call and book to the customer care. Do you know that? We can call to customer care and you can book a ticket. And what this is a third Go Ibibo is a third party website, right? But every company will have their own website, right? Company website. If you go on any flight, any airline, they will have its own company. So as of now, I'm just putting like this. So you just tell me, I have booked a ticket. Now, okay, this third party website, mean it is just maybe Go Ibibo, make my trip, plan my trip, something maximum you will have 10 websites. Let's put maximum. Airport counter, at least it will be at least 100 plus. How many airports? We have so many airports, right? At least 100 will be there. Or else, okay, 50, let's put it. International, domestic, or whatever it is. What about travel agency in India?
Tons, lots of them.
It will be in thousands. Everyone understand? Literal truth, right? It will be like at least all over the India, at least 10,000 plus agency will be there. What about this app? It is used by
Millions, maybe.
millions, right?
Yeah.
It's customer care, maybe like 5. So okay, 10 plus will put it. Company website. Each airline will have its own website. Let's put 10 plus. Okay, tell me one thing. While booking a ticket, I'm going to book a ticket. You gonna book a ticket. Is there any 1% possibility that we both will get the same ticket number, same seat number?
No.
No, right? Is there? Have you ever imagined? See, just imagine these many ways everyone trying. I'm talking only 2%. Just put it as everyone. Some will book here, some will book here, some will book in different agencies, some will book using app. So many, like let's put lakhs, a billion, millions of not millions of people are going to book a flight ticket. Is there anywhere some mistakes will happen? Like your payment is done, but seat is not available. Our same seat is given to 2%. By chance, 1%, any probability for that? No, right?
No, I haven't encountered that, Vinoth, so far.
Very bad. You're bad. Okay. Mostly payment may be an issue, but same flight number, it is not at all possible because once the payment is done, that will go to the respective person's transaction ID. That seat number will be blocked automatically. Okay. That's a front end. See, now you think it like a back end. How many apps? How many apps means you can imagine, like, it is not like every website will be developed with the help of same programming language. Some website will be using Python, some website using C++, not C++, using Java. They will use different programming language, different app, mobile app, then customer care app, desktop app. So these many things are interconnected. But when you maybe like when you book like, okay, Chennai to London, the second you book something and done and go for the search, how you're getting this information? That is the question. How you're getting the second you get search, what is happening in the backend? See, you got some flight details, and the flight details are not just for single airline. See, you have prefer just three only. It is there. Air France, this multi-line. If you put okay, let's put Delhi. We should get more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 airlines, you're getting these details in the fraction of second. And thus again you book here, automatically in other website, that seat will not be showing. It will say it is already booked. And see how the complicated. And when you consider all the scenarios, it is going to be the most complicated integration. How it is done is with the help of web service. So now only we are going to enter into web service. So this type of integration, booking, all this, everything happens in this is a front end. You're giving some data. Thus again, you put update or a search. What it will do is it's giving some information. But how many places it will travel is now I'm going to put some technical word. So remember that there is something called client, then server. These two words never forget in your life. 2%. Communication happens between client and the server. Client means the person who's now we searched some data, right? Flight ticket, some destination. You mentioned like to and fro. And thus again, when you clicked on search, what literally happened is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 company server, this will go and hit 6 company server, whatever it is, wherever that particular servers is integrated here are given access means it will go and hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 servers, and it will give the response. So all your queries I will answer at the end, so that recording will be in the same flow. So what you will do is here, client, what you are doing, you are sending the request, and finally what you are getting some flight details. What is that? That is nothing but response. So any website, any app, you're going to do something, what will happen is two party will come into the picture. One is client, another one is server. So you hit the client, so you enter something. So what will happen when you hit this? Automatically it will go and hit the server, or in other word, there will be some database. In that database all the flight details will be there, and it will give the response. Now in this website we can able to see all these details. See all these details. The second you book here, anyhow, a lot of now what we will do, we will book, and we will enter all the value. Final transaction, when you click it now, what will happen is now comes even more complicated scenario. Nothing but three party will come into the picture. One is website, that is client. Another one is server. Server means the airline company, that one, where that is the server. Tell me this GPay, is that belongs to this company or some other company? GPay, PhonePe, HDFC. That payment, is that belongs to the company or third party?
Third party.
Third party, sir. Third party.
So payment model, payment. So this all we, what is this actually? Now see, you're going to search for a flight. You're getting the details. You book, the second the payment is done, what will happen? It will go and update the details in the company server. Like, yes, this ticket is booked. When someone hit this server again, make sure you're giving the latest information. Everything happens in the fraction of a second. So this is how it is happening is with the help of something called API. Everything is API. I means interface. We already know what is an interface. Interface means hiding the internal information and showing only the functionality to the user for the security purpose. So when you implement the concept of interface, very simple, we can't see what is the internal code. But through this API, you can interact. You can go and talk to the everything we saw with the API. Chrome driver, that is an API. Firefox Keiko driver, it's an API. You can automate the web browser, but we can't see what is the development code of every web browser. But through they are giving, okay, you can come inside and do whatever you want, but come in this way. This is the way I have allowed. This is the access I have given. Everything it is through API. So now with this knowledge, we'll go back to the slides. So here comes the definitions. What is an API? API is nothing but application programming interface. So API, that full form you must know. It's an interface. You don't have any idea about interface means, we have already completed those modules. Please go and watch the Java topic. Clearly we have seen it. So it's a software interface that allows two applications to interact with each other without any user intervention. What it does nothing but the client server. So you're sending the request, you're getting the response. In between, there will be another one will get payment. So there also this will happen. Finally, you're getting this. So when you consider any application, what they will do, every company will have their own API. So it means what? I'm not going to show what is the program I have done, what is the internal code, but I am allowing you to access all the feature whichever I am providing you. So every company will have their own API. This API details will be shared to the developers. So when they configure it, what they will do, so when you hit the search for the particular flight, what will happen? It will go and hit all the servers as configured by the developer and finally give the details. And when you do the payment, it will go to the payment API and finally it will be updated to both the client and server. So this is what will happen. And here, no human intervention, without any user intervention, this will happen automatically. And again, this is used as a code that helps to software to communicate and exchange data with each other. So everything, it's all about database. In the database only, we are having these details. If that is the case, then the data needs to be communicated. No, there are two ways the data will be communicated. One is using XML file, another one is using JSON file. Remember, we'll see one by one. XML we already know, but JSON, it's totally new for you all. So how it is communicating is through XML file. In the XML file, we will have a node. Every node will have some value. That is how in the, when you click the second, what will happen? This will go and hit all 5, 6 server, 10 server. From there, you will get the response. So we are talking each other. in the format of XML or JSON file, which we never know. Nowadays, in the starting stage, XML was used. Now, most of the communication happens through the JSON. Anyhow, I will come back to all technical stuff. See, this is an introduction. When we saw so many practical example manually, at that time, you will get full clarity.
They're not able to hear you. At least I'm not able to hear you.
So
We are
it's
also
not
not able to.
audible.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not audible, sir.
Now you should able to hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, right now.
Actually,
It's
just
okay, sir.
on the mic. By chance, if my voice is breaking or if you are unable to hear it, please same way you raise the hand. Okay. For better clarity, I'm using IT mic. This and another one. Okay. Yes. So in simple, there if you see, it is all about two application. What is two application? It is client server. You are sending something that is called request, getting what? Response. So some technical terminology, you should never forget it. And in other words, API is a messenger that delivers your request to the provider and you are requesting it from and deliver the response back to you. There's all different types of a definition. That's why I just mentioned whichever you feel easy, you just go with it. Okay. Let's put how API works with another example. Okay, for example, if you go to Paris, you believe it or not, in most of the Europe country, they will talk their own native language only, not English at all. There are maybe in the city, they may talk, but if you move away from the city, they will not talk English, even small scale shops. So with that, not assumption, that's a real scenario. So you go to some shop, see some restaurant as an user. Now you are ordering something, some food. So the person comes, waiter will come. You are saying like, oh, this food I needed, this food I needed, this food I needed. So the thing is, maybe you put English, this guy let it put French. So now this guy, I think this is chef. We know it's a chef. So this is waiter. So the waiter will know both the language, right? English, French. So what is the duty of the waiter? Will come and get understand some language and will go and explain to the chef, okay, this is what I needed. And finally, the food will be ready, will come and give it here. So this is a one more example of API. So API means something going to happen, communication going to happen between the two application. One is client, that is where it start, client. Another one is server. So these two words never forget it. So here, English is the common language. Through English, you are communicating. Here it is through French. So there is some medium. There is some medium. Through that medium, only you are communicating. Same way, this client and the server, how the way it communicates through XML and JSON file. Remember, using two files here on language, right? Same way, of course, XML is a language. Through that file, because that is the file which stores the data, very lightweight. It will be in KB, you can send it. Not most, 99% bank transaction, any website transaction will happen only with the help of XML or JSON. Even web automation, how you are sending all the methods. So Selenium 3, there is a JSON protocol actually in the architect. When you automate a code, launch the application means through JSON protocol, it will be mentioning like get or post, it will go and launch the application. So the communication happens through JSON. So there is some way, there is some median. So here, two things are there. One is XML, another one is JSON. Okay, two-story we are done. I hope somewhat some technical terminology you get an idea about that. Now, why we need an API? The question comes. So in the olden days, like 15 years back, what is the biggest problem of any development is, for example, you have developed an application using Java, another application using .NET, another you now only Python gives. So three applications in a different programming language. So I should be able to communicate, right? I can't say, man, everyone start doing in the Java. It is impossible to go and tell to any company. Some companies blindly follow Java because of some security reasons. Some company wants to make it more better way of looking, a lot of stuff there. So they go with the Python. So, but still, any application, the data needs to flow between the two things, to entity, to application. So there comes the issue. At the time, then they decided, okay, let's create something called XML concept, hypertext markup language. We will try to communicate between these two applications through this XML file format. I hope you all remember testng.xml. In that, we used to give the tags, same concept. So why we need that? And this is one. Another one is with different OS. One is with Windows. Another one is with Mac, Linux. But still, it should communicate, right? This communication. So there comes API. It helps two different software to communicate. Again, these are all software and exchange data between each other. Easy one to understand. It helps you to embed content from any site or application. Same thing. And it can access app component, deliver the service and information more flexible. Now, mobile app, all the apps SAR comes into the market. Yes, correct, Praveen. With the help of any one way, JSON or XML, that I will go inside. Then the content generated can be published automatically. It's nothing but the request. It is giving the response that I can show it. It allows user or company to customize the content and service with the use most. For example, what is the request you are asking? Based on the access, based on some configuration, they will give the response. One simple example is I gave a meeting invite to join the Zoom meeting. Zoom meeting API is there. So what is an access for you maximum is you can unmute. That's it. Even you can't open the cam because I have already configured in such a way that you can't open the cam. So configuration settings are done in the app. So now when you try to, if you are the host access is there, where at that time when you try to open the cam, so how this data is flowing, you are in somewhere, then the same app in somewhere in the company Zoom server where we will not do, then I am here. The second you click on, okay, open the cam, sending the request, all this data, how it is going? Either XML or JSON. So that configuration, it's very easy. This gives a customizable content to provide the service according to the needs. And software needs to change over the time. API can help to auto anticipate change. Nowadays, .NET applications are very less. But 10 to 15 years back, .NET and Java are equally important. That's why JUnit, NUnit was there. But nowadays, what happened is the second Java started dominating the industry, everything went Java. But suddenly what happened now, Python is moving, everyone moving to Python other than the banking securities applications. So the software, the programming language, the server, everything will keep changes. Whenever you make any changes, we have to make sure the data exchange should not be affected. So that is why we need an API, because it says that You are communicate between these two, you have to follow this format. If you follow this format, irrespective of whatever the programming language, whatever be the operating system, I can communicate with them. So that is the main reason we need API. Okay. Now, one sec, let me see some of the queries. If two communication have a HTTP protocol, that is where I'm coming. Next topic. Yes, you are right. I was about to cover that, Ravi. Exchange data with the help of, yeah, okay. So now, what initially we saw that through API, this API is not only for web application, mobile app, internet application, any application. So everything happens through API. Through that, it able to communicate. Now comes, so if you put API this, there is one part which is called web service. One entity, one area. What is that? Web service. So web service is a standardized medium to propagate communication between client and server through what? www, World Wide Web. So you type everything HTTP, right? That HTTP yes means it's a secure. So this is not a part, this is HTTP protocol. So what exactly is that? Is what the web service. So here, what we are doing, you are sending a request from client to this is a server. So what happens exactly? It will go as an JSON file, HTML file with the help of some method. So what are all those methods? I'll tell you now. And you get the response. Easiest way to remember that is CRUD. CRUD. First, if you want to create an FB account, you will give a lot of data. Am I right? Right? Am I right? Everyone. You create something. So for that, we call technically it is a post. I'll show those keywords. And you already created an FB profile. In that search, if you go and enter your friend names, it is giving a lot of details, right? What is that? Read. This one create. We call that as a post technically. Another one, this is a read. We say that get. Another one, okay, you want to update the password, right? This is update. Update the password. There comes put. And finally, no, I don't want FB. You're deleting it, right? So what is the method? Delete. So this HTTP method, we also have partial update. As of now, you remember this keyword. Even in SQL, this is how we remember it. So you're sending, okay, I want to create or I want to retrieve the data or I want to update it or I want to delete it. Only in this 4 category, you can able to communicate. Only these 4. There will not be any other way, any other method. Your requirements will be served with the help of create, read, update, delete. Okay, and that is also keep it in your mind. Why we need a web service? I have already said this reason. First, variety of different programming platforms like .NET, AngularJS, Node.js, whatever be the web applications or any other application, I should be able to communicate. And these are all called heterogeneous applications. So multiple application. Then every application will have a different programming language, different platform. Then also I should be able to communicate. And here is where web service comes in. Web service provide a common platform, allows multiple application built on various programming language. That is what how you're going to communicate it through the web service. Now, how it is communicating? One is through SOAP web service, another one is through RESTful web service. So this is type of web service, how it is communicating between the client and server. One is, it is a web service, SOAP web service. This one is RESTful. What is the full form of SOAP? Simple Object Access Protocol. REST means representational state transfer. So long it is, see, I'm saying both of them are important. We never know what is the project you're going to work, what type of REST service, what type of web service they will be using, either SOAP or RESTful. We will not have any idea about that. So in general, I will come to that. Wait for it. And this, in order to come to this, you have to wait for at least 2 to 3 hours. Tomorrow only I can teach you that. This SOAP web service means through XML file we are doing it. This is the sort of an architect using JSON file. So this is how it will communicate. It is like if you consider any project, there may be web service only, or this plus this web and so that is SOAP and REST. You very rare that I have a project or a company that uses RESTful. Very rare. So it means what? You must have an idea about how to do the SOAP web service and also REST. Either it's a SOAP or REST. We have only 4 methods: CRUD. Remember. Another word: client, server. This is request, this is response. So these are all terminologies you should remember. Okay. And the topic is SoapUI, right? See, this is a tool, guys. This is a tool. In this tool, you can use both the way of communication. See, don't get confused. We can able to communicate both the things. But what is the difference is, this is web service, this is a tool. You have many tools like Postman, API. It's a tool which we can do web service RESTful. And another one is rest assured. I said no, this rest assured, they specifically developed for RESTful web service. Postman, these are all tool. But what is the way? Because most of them, where people will get confused is this. Okay, so web service itself, it's a tool. No, this is it is like communication. This is a way you communicate. But these are all tools names. So you must understand the difference between the way of communication and the tool. So first we are going to focus on SoapUI tool. In that tool, how can we do the web service of using the SoapUI? Once this is done, then we will move on to the RESTful. See, so most of the process, whatever I'm doing it here, I will be doing it here also. So what I will do, some features I will explain with SOAP, some feature I will explain with RESTful. So in your requirement, you should able to understand accordingly, you should use it. Yeah, it's a tool name. Everything, it's a tool name only. You have only two types of web service. What it is? SOAP and RESTful web service. Other than this, anything comes that is called a tool name. So rather than remembering the tool name, you can change the strategy. Remember the types of web service. It's going to be SOAP web service, or you're going to share me an XML file or JSON file. Okay. Now we are going to fully focus on SOAP alone. It's a web service, type of web service. It is using a SoapUI tool, we are doing it. Using the same SoapUI tool, we can also use the REST also. So understand between the type of web service and the types of tools. Any tool, only two ways you can communicate it. Some tools are specially designed for REST service because that is dominating in the industries for last couple of years. Everyone wants to do the REST because that is little bit advanced, good architectures, some additional features. We have it lightweight than XML. So later I'll show you the difference between XML and JSON, which one is better. Those point we'll discuss it. So let's focus on SOAP. SOAP means, one sec. Till now, everyone at least got an idea what is Web service team, please ping me. All right, is your hand? Okay. Very important team. You're getting a knowledge like an architect. After a few years, you gonna guide some big teams. Any company, remember any company, they will ask you, do you have an idea about web service? Such an important topic. That's why one simple example I gave. Actually, if you think the same Go IBPO, you will have so many API, hotel API. Just imagine how many hotels we have around the globe. Every hotel will have their own server, right? Server, that client and server. So the second you put Chennai, like 100 hotels you will get. Mahabalipuram, you will get 100 hotels. You put Delhi, you will get it. Himachal, like that, it depends on the places it is showing the hotel. How we are getting in the next fraction of second? Client, server. So if you consider the automation project, it is purely, there are 100% pure UI project, GUI project, front end. There are some project and like 90, 10%. Some project like 50%, it's all about web service. Some project 100% purely it is web service. So which one should I choose? Means always go with this. Go with UI. You are well trained in the UI. UI is very easy. This is also easy. But what is the problem here is the scope when it comes for switching the job very high for UI testing than web service. Web service now it's like a value added. If you know it, it is good. That is the one minute difference. So any question, put in the chat so that recording will be clear. Okay, let's go to the SOAP. What is the full form of SOAP? Simple Object Access Protocol. And as I already said, it's an XML based protocol for access the web service over HTTP. We use the HTTP method. And it's again, we are communicating it and we are also transferring the data. Yes, it is transferring from one to another. It is carrying the data. And it is very easily we can able to connect the remote services and remote method. So this SOAP web service means first thing XML and it carries the data. So now I have introduced a word called XML. What is that XML? We have already seen it, but still so many of them new nowadays. WXML, W3 school. So you must go through this because XML, relative XPath, absolute XPath. We have seen n number of topics which is related to XML, XPath. So please watch the recordings. Just I will go through and just small overview. XML stands for Extensible Markup Language, and why it is designed to store, to save the value and to transport the data. And again, this was designed to both human and machine readable. See, by seeing this, we can also read it. It's giving me the information. See, from to from, what is the heading, what is the body. So it is human readable. I can able to understand. Not only human, even machine can also understand when you send a file as .xml. And second thing, any XML, there are some words you should remember. XML. It is tags we used to see like this. Here another word, we call it as node. Everything as a node. So it will start tag. Anything will start with start tag and end tag. This is how they will mention it. Start tag means it will be like this. End tag means it will be like this. Backslash, forward slash, right? Forward slash. See, Node means node, starting, to, from. So within that, you give a value, no? That is what you are saving that value, storing the value into. So 2 will go and send what is the value inside this. So this is what XML, and you have a lot of things in XML. You can go through that. And why you want to study XML? Because it plays a major role in the important IT system, even in automation. And again, see, often used for distributing data over internet. It is sending values between client and the server. And very it is important for all the software developer to have a good understanding. So XML is very, very important. Banking project and all, literally they work in XML, writing the rules based on the XML request and get the respective response like that. Then those topics we will discuss it later, Praveen. This will confuse others also. So I'm not answering that question. What you will learn. So, okay, this is what. Fine. XML is 10. So now go back to the slide. So this slide is done. And what is the advantage of SOAP? Remember, whatever the advantage I said for the web services, of course, that will be applicable for even XML also, right? This is way we are sending the data using the SOAP request, SOAP web service. So it is designed for what? Platform independent, operating system independent, programming independent. So it can be developed with different operating system, Linux, Mac, Windows, different programming language, Python, Java, Ruby, whatever it is. Still, I want to communicate. So SOAP is having such feature, and it's a lightweight protocol. So it means what? Very less MB, not MB, KB. With KB, you can pass large data. MB and all, even you can have more data. And it works on how this you are sending using 4 method. Actually, we have many, mainly CRUD through HTTP method, HTTP protocol. So which is a default protocol used by all the web application, they will use it. Hence, there is no sort of customization which is required to run on web service build. So the SOAP protocol to work on the window. So already the web pages are using the HTTP protocol. XML also follows, the SoapUI is also following that. So you no need to do a separate configuration, everyone on the same line. So now we are going to focus on SOAP message structure. So you're going to send one letter, going to send request and response. That should have some format. That is where SOAP message structure. 1 second. So remote is not good. Okay, fine. Now, okay. Anyhow, I will show some examples. First, I'm going to glance you through the slides. Then we will start the installation followed by some examples. SOAP message structure. You're going to send a communicate between what? Client, server. So you're sending some letter, some message. There should be some format. This is again you're sending as an XML. So what is that format? So it will have 2 things. First, if you send a letter, now we are not sending the letter. At that time, we will send a letter. You will put inside the envelope, right? Inside the envelope, then you will send a letter. Same way, everything will be having inside the envelope. Inside the envelope, 2 things are important. One is header, another one is body. This one is optional. Some letter you can even send without writing your name. You can do that. the person will receive it. If it is properly in the envelope, if you write the address and send, means it will go. That same way here also, inside the envelope, you are sending the data in the XML format, sometimes with header, sometimes header and body. So two components, two divisions we have it. So what that? Now let's focus on one by one. Envelope. So you are sending some data in the XML format. See, these are all XML. You have a start tag, end tag, start tag, end tag. Anything you take that will have start tag, end tag. So it is in the XML format. The SOAP envelope is used to encapsulate all the necessary details of SOAP message, which are exchanged between the web services and the client application. So what I was saying initially, same thing they are saying. And here you see this envelope. So it is not like you send an XML file, definitely it will work. No, not at all. It will look for this word, whether envelope is there or not. And the respective, we will have something like this, that server details, client, because you're saying, okay, go and look for the server with this particular configuration and so many things. So everything, if you want to send a message, what do you need to do? You have to give from and to address and all, right? So that will fall under envelope. Now, this envelope element, again, it's a mandatory. You must mention or else it will not work. It is an element used to indicate the beginning and end of the SOAP message. Yes, it's a beginning and it is the end of the structure. This enables the client application which calls a web service to know that when actually when you send a message, the client server, when it see, yeah, there is an XML file coming, it will go and read it. Yes, envelope is that, and this is the message I wanted. Now comes the second one. So not second one, you have the envelope. In that, one is header, another one is body. This header is optional. Remember, optional. Sometimes with header, sometimes without header. In some applications, we have to give some additional information, additional settings like server details, some authentication credentials. So in that requirement, we will configure the header element. One simple example, it is having an envelope, and see here, header. We have a header, request header. So it is trying to communicate with an API, and it's clearly say these are all the details. Actor must understand NS nodes. So it is giving so some credentials, some access credentials. When you send, there may be, because some of the banking application will look for some credentials to access the server, because the data is that much important, not like anyone come inside and take the data. There should be some format. Again, in that format, envelope will start and end. In some case, we'll put the header, but it's an optional. Most of the like authentication details, it will be mentioned in the header. Then comes the body. It is very, 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 very important, because what? It is mandatory. And see in this diagram, you have a body. You have a body. Of course, it starts with the envelope. But here, there is no header, no details of header, but it is having a body. So you can read it. Okay, you're going to add two number, 5, 10, both of them integer data type. So it is a calculator program. So you will get a response of integer data type value 15. So you're sending the XML file. Here I'm mentioning the main data. So body element that contains call and response information. This element is what contains the actual data which needs to be sent between the client application, that is server between client and server. So how you are sending as an XML file where you will mention in the body. This one. So now comes, if you see this envelope, in the body, there is one more word they mentioned. What is that? Is fault. So when you get a positive response, it won't said, so you're getting a response. It's a positive response. Sometimes you may get error message. This error message is called as fault. SOAP fault. So you are trying to enter invalid credentials and it says, right, the credential is invalid. You're getting the response. Actually, you're getting the response when you enter, but you will not say that as a response. We'll say that as a SOAP fault. So if you see here, it's an optional fault element that provides information about errors that has occurred while processing the message. And then when an error occurs during the processing, the response to the SOAP message is a SOAP default. So you're getting a response. If that is an error means, what is another word? It is a SOAP fault. If you see this word means what? It got failed. Where it will be? Inside the body. If you get a response, that's a positive scenario. If you get a fault, it's a negative scenario. You got some error. So you have to analyze that error and fix it. So the body, the fault is returned to the sender of the SOAP. Okay, till now you are having an application. You're going to communicate between the application. When you first one is using SOAP web service. If you want to communicate in the SOAP web service, you have to use XML. The XML file will have some format. It starts with the envelope. So it should be within the envelope, and the envelope with having two parts. One is header, another one is body. So header means what? Some additional authentication information, server details, those things. It's an optional. It varies from project to project, application to application. Body means it's a compulsory. So positive scenario means we will say that as a response. If it is a negative, if it is other than saying negative, if it is an error, I will say that as a fault. Everything falls under the body. So till now, everyone got some idea. Now we are going to test these stuff with the help of some applications. So, okay, the still file is there. Okay. So this link. So this is a website. When you go here, this talks about the how one simple web application they have created for the calculator: add, divide, multiply, and subtract. Add, divide, multiply, and subtract. 4 methods there. And every method inside some code implementation will be done. But this, you're saying API, it is trying to no, Sandhya. Actually, envelope will have all the data. Inside envelope, you have two things. One is header, another one is body. So server details, everything will come under header. Everything inside the envelope only, right? So in that, what is the format? Two area. One is header, another one is body. So this is the front end of application, but what is the back end? See, this is how it is developed. Yes, this addition of two numbers, subtraction, you're trying to do it right. But how this is getting communicated? What is the backend code? That's where this link will come. WSDL we call as WSDL file. So actually that is the next prerequisite. Before we see the application, we will understand what is meant by WSDL file. Lot of theory initially. Remember team, I'm giving this theory not just for one tool. This is a one time I will tell. After that, any tool I will directly go and talk about XML, JSON. Because all the tools we will be using same, just same story. But tools alone, it's getting changed. So now next term, because who knows, sometimes you may go and work in a web service project. So some of the terminologies you should know it. Or else if you say that I have some experience, then also interview questions they will ask it. So first terminology is, it is called as not WSDL, WSDL. So again, what does WSDL means? Web service description language. So you are going to create a web service and you are describing it. Okay, like this it should be. In what based? Using the XML format. It tells all the client application what that particular web service will do. That is, this application is used for mathematics, some application used for some other reason. How you will know it? From the WSDL file. And again, WSDL file is used to describe in nutshell what web service does and give the client all the information required to connect the web service and all the functionality provided by it. So what they are saying, that one file will have all the details. What are all the features? If you take, maybe if I press calculator, this is you're going to do, right? Something you're doing. What happened? Some communications happening. So, but what are all the, it gives an idea, this having positive, plus, minus, division, some other functionality. So it gives an all the information, that is what are the functionality it is providing in the web service. In one word, how it is called as WSDL file, contract of the web service. By chance, if you go and work in any of the web service, you need this file to test it. So what is the technical terminology they will use is contract. So you want to start the testing, you want to do something. So how you should go and ask, can you give contract of that particular project? It means what? You're asking that .WSDL file that will contain all the data about the application. But in one word, how it is called is, it is called contract. So now WSDL, you can do it just like a postcard which has an address of a particular location, and it provides details of the person who delivered the postcard. Hence, in the same way, WSDL file is a postcard which has address of the web service, which can deliver of all the functionality that clients wants. In the postcard will have all the details, right? Where you're going to give this to which person, like that you're saying. No, same way, WSDL file will have, okay, these are all the functionality you can do it. If you do this one, you will get the respective response. So what is the folder structure is? The folder structure, it's having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 types: message, port, binding or binding, service ports. This one is important. We will focus on this. But what is type? Let's see with the what type of data. So I'll go with the application. So this is the WSDL file. I'm going to maximize it. One sec. Type. One is type. Another one is message, port types, message, port types. One sec. See, you can see. Definitions. You have a type, message, First, we'll put like this: port type, binding. Okay. So we'll read that and come back here. So one is type. What does type of what data types will be transferred? So you can see the type here. Port type, service port, not that one. Yeah, this is a type. So you're saying what type of a data we are going to pass it. Int, see, when someone going to add, that number must be of int data type. So this gives what type of data. Then comes message. It will have some message, port type, binding, and service port. So message means what message should I transfer. Port type means what are the business operation will be supported. So you see port type. See, the message means if someone is going to add it, what is the response I'm going to give. If it is, again, if you're going to multiply of two number, it is saying this needs to be integer, this to be an integer, then the response also will get the integers. Just an overview, you no need to read this and all. For understanding purpose, I'm saying. And the port number also we can able to see it here. Element, name, all these methods are available. Plus division and message. If it is an add, what should I do? Subtract, what should I do? After that, port number, exactly where these things are available. You have to keep somewhere which port to use it. Binding name. This is like build one, build two. First build, they have something. After that, binding two. So in this application, it is developed like this. In real-time scenario, we will have a number of binding or only one binding. Purely depends upon the requirement. Okay. So this one, it's not possible for anyone to read it. With this, you go and test it means it's impossible. So there comes the tool support. In SoapUI, if you mention this, automatically it will filter and give, okay, these are all the features this particular class is providing, this particular WSDL file is providing. Then you will start using those features. Anyhow, I'm going to show that practically. So this WSDL file term you should remember. One is abstract definition of the service and the protocol, physical location, where it is located, those stuff in two part. And you can see type means what type of data I'm going to pass, what type of message I'm going to pass, and the port details. Binding means how it is transferred on that wire. Binding one, binding two purely depends on application. And the service ports means where this particular service is located, like that. Okay. Now we have to install the SoapUI. Remember, Soap protocol, SOAP web service is different. UI tool, we are going to use the tool. And when this again you type SoapUI, this is the official website. SoapUI.org, go through this. And you can able to see we have the documentation, very nice documentation. You can able to learn some additional stuff because it is again an equivalent topic like GUI testing. It's like you have to how much effort we mentioned for GUI, same way you have to mention it, you have to apply it for the So this also. So all this documentation, everything it is here. How we are going to read this XML document, because in this way I can't read and understand. So we use some tool. So one such tool is SoapUI. This is having two versions. One is open source, another one is ready API. Because nowadays the REST also becoming, it is highly used. So the company is giving two things. One is free version, another one is you have to pay for it. We can able to complete all our requirement with the help of SoapUI open source. Or with this, it is easy for us to practice and also clear the interview. No need of ready API. And see, this tool is used for all the things, REST, SOAP, GraphQL, so many things are there. Just click on get started. And thus again, when you click on download, it will take you to this page. Download the best API testing tool for your needs. You have two things. One is ready API, another one is SoapUI open source. Click on this. I'm just canceling it. It will take some time. I have already downloaded like 500 MB file. And so ready API is also there, but it is free for only 14 days. And it is having faster what's possible in SoapUI. Faster, so many REST feature, many things are there. So let's try to install it. C drive, so UI. So this is the version I have downloaded. See, 64, Windows 64, 5.7. So you can see what we can able to do with this particular SoapUI. You can scriptless functional testing, security testing we can do. We can do load testing in this tool, mock testing, protocol support, and vibrant in this one community ecosystem. So let's try to install it. Right click, run as administrator. You will get a pop-up. I think that will not be shown during the screen sharing. That pop-up, what it asks is, do you want to allow this app to make the changes to your device? Just click on yes. You can able to see it started installation. Yes. No big thing. You have to just click on next. Very easy process, team. Just click on next. And just remember this path. It is in the program file. What is the name of that? Smart BIA. Then SoapUI, the version. It requires like 300 plus MB. Click on next. It is there. Next. That's it. So I am not changed any of the thing. Just next. That's it. So if you see here, we got this. Click on finish. Release notes. So this is going to open the tool. So in the tool, let's see. First time alone, any tool that will take some time to launch. So let's see. SoapUI 5.7.0. Yes. When you open for the first time, you will not have these things. These are all my old projects for the corporate training. So you're getting some link here. So REST means that deals with the URL, not WSDL file. We'll see this later. Just close this. So we have first example, we're gonna see with the help of calculator example, calculator application. This is that link, or else you can Google it and you will get this link, WSDL link. Anything is fine. You can take it from here or from there. Just copy this. Now, from the WSDL file, it is saying like we are providing add, divide, multiple, subtract. So many details are there. This is every details is important for the web service developer. We are going to test it, right? So in the SOAP UI, what you need to do is file, new SOAP project. You can select like this. This is a one way, or else see here. So create a new SOAP project. Either way you can do it. File, SOAP project. Now see, it is a new SOAP project. Project name and a WSDL, that link. Just mention this. Automatically you will get some calculator. Okay, just to differentiate, multiple projects are there. Good mix. You're creating a project. The second you mention WSDL, it will generate some name. You can use that or rename. And we have so many options here. First one, create sample request for all operation, that is addition, subtraction, mine, everything. And you want to create a test suite, that is directly n number of test cases you can create it. Like this we have. First, let's go with this one. Click on OK. Now it is reading. And you can able to see here. See here, this is a project. We have two things, calculator, SOAP, then 12. What that mean? That is binding. We have two binding. See, one binding calculator. So after that, some additional things they have added. Still it is there. So two binding we have. Which one to use? Both. It's all a demo page only. You can use any one as per your wish. So if you take this first build, this next build, like that, if you consider also fine. But now the second we mentioned that link, when we clicked on then creating a new project, it is saying, see, addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, all this functionality available. Let me go, this is a project. Let me go and check this. Add, double click. Just a second. Okay, this request. So this is how it will look like. See, envelope we have it, header we have it, optional, and there is no details of header. You have a body. What it is for? It is for addition of two number, and two number means what type of data type? It's of int A and B, integer data value. If you put some what is that, float, then it will throw the error. So this is a request. You can also see here request one. Now let me give some random value, like maybe some 10 plus 5. You have this. I want to run this. So if it is a calculator, what we will do? We are doing like this, no? It giving 15. So that is what I'm doing. I'm going to add two number. This will go and hit the, it will go and hit the respective place and give the response. You're sending the request. When you run this, submit the request, to the specified endpoint URL. So this is that endpoint URL, that particular website, to that it is communicating and getting the response. This is your request. The second you run, you got the response. Whenever web services come, the response codes are important. So here you saw XML, the way you have to mention the XML and also raw data, how it is given here. Let's go to the response. Again, as an XML and a raw data. What is the status code? 200. Success. And you're getting some other additional informations. Let's go to the XML. Let's understand. Again, soap, envelope, you have a body. In that, you have the response. What is that response? 15. So this is requesting. You're sending a request by adding a 2 number. So at the end, we should get the output, right? That is called response. So 10 plus 5, 15, you got the response. See, add response. How this is done, how this is happening, everything it's already designed in this particular web service. So about in, so about everything is just inside this. No need to worry about WSDL file. You have better tools. The second you mention this link, automatically it will extract and give in the best way. Same way if you do it like multiplication. Okay, if you want to multiply 10 with 20, 200. This question mark is there. See, anyhow, you got a fault, right? When something is wrong, what? It will throw you the fault. So let me execute again. 200 pass. So when you multiply two number of integer data type, you will get the response 200. So this is multiply response. So like this only, we are sending the XML files as a request, and it will, what is the technical word is endpoint. See, it is endpoint. Nothing but the URL. It will go and hit that live URL. Based on your request, the particular URL will give you the response. So at least now, to some extent, your knowledge improved from one level to next level. Practically, what is happening, how this request is going, it hits that particular server and getting the response. Good, right? Just give me 5 minutes stream and let me drink water and come. So why the calculator is accepting only int means that is how the WSDL file, the contract, it is developed. So if you go and check it here, see, you're doing subtraction or you're doing addition. And in that input, you're giving like this. So the same thing, if you come to the bottom, this one, think. So giving some parameter, message, binding, input. Yeah, this, we no need to worry about a lot about that. This is like development of web service, the backend development. Web service developer will take care of this, but you want to understand about in as a testing point of view is what are all the operation it is providing. You can go through this, or else simplest way, just mention that URL in the SOAP project, automatically it will create the this way all the operations or the features it is providing along with the request. If you go and open and see, there will be a request, multiply, divide, everything. It clearly defined. This is how the requirement is defined. Okay, fine. Now, if we talk about testing means validation, actual and the expected. That is the one thing. Expected means you have to validate the response. So many validations are available. So let me take this positive one. You're trying to add it. So we have, want to add this validation where it will be. See, there is no option called plus symbol. So it means what? This is like writing a program of hard coding. If you want to try with some other value, you want to validate this, means it is not possible. So what should I do is, first I should, with the help of this, I should able to create the suit, then test case, test step, like that. So some sequence are there here. We have already created project, right? Then it is suit, test suit, then test case. I'll say test case, test suit. So every test case inside that we will have test step. So you're going to create this automation and we can able to customize as per our wish. How to do that? First, you should decide which binding. As of now, I'm going with this particular binding. Here, this one. Now, first thing, right click, generate test suite. That's a one way. Or else you can click or right click on the project. Can you able to see new test suite theme? Yes, right. This is the first we are creating test suite. What is the test suite name? Now we are in September. Okay, I'll put like sanity suite. So all the test case we are going to create sanity. So you have a sanity suite. Inside the sanity suite, I'm going to create two test case now. Two as an assignment, that is addition, another one is subtraction. Test case number one for addition. And right click. See, one is above the project. When you right click, you can able to see the test suite. So first we created project, then test suite, now test case. Right click about this and you see new test case. So what is the test case? Test case 01. This is for addition. I'm going to do it. Click on OK. Yes, you got this one. Test case 1. Now, here we didn't still implement any of this method. So there comes the next one. Right click, add, see. First is project, suit, test case, then test step. I am going to add multiple test step, maybe adding of single digit, adding of double digit, adding of negative numbers, like that, 3 scenarios. So right click above that and see add step. What is that? It's a SOAP request. And here only we will add all the Groovy script automation and all. This is the step we'll do it. So click on SOAP request. You will get like this. I'll put like, I'm going to add single digit. This again, you click on OK, you will get this window. So this is the place it will ask which one you want. So it just went and read all the operations available and it is showing. One is C, one is 1, another one is the C. Calculator, so calculates out 12, binding 12. So I'm going with binding 12. Which method? I want to go with the addition method. Choose that. Now this again you click on OK. That request it will be added here. Okay. It is asking you. Okay, name is correct. Very, very important. Most of the time, especially as a fresher in trainings, when I conduct, they will do this mistake. They will forget to check this one. Create optional content in the sample request. This one. See, when you click on this, then only whenever you have an optional, that tag also you will get it. In many cases, you are going to send a request as an optional also. So make sure you're checking this last one and click on OK. Yes, we got the request. Now you can write a test case for your data. Like that, multiple steps you can do it. And this, no one is going to update it. No one going to change it. And can you able to see one plus symbol here? Everyone? Yes, right? So this is called assertion. And see here, is there any plus symbol? No. You can't add any assertion. Assertion means what? Validation. In Java also we have seen Java assertion is there. Even TestNG assertion is there. So assertion means actually expected. So many things we are going to validate it. So see here. That is why when you want to create a test suite, what you should, when you want to perform anything, what you should do it first, try to create the test suite, test case, test step. In that, you can go and play with it. See, first one, single digit. See that plus symbol. Now you can add any assertions. Okay. What I will do is, as of now, assertion we will see quite later because we have so many assertions. But first, this I'll put like 50, 25. Let's try to execute it. I'm going to send a request. I will get the response. So what happened? It just went and hit that particular server and we got the answers. 200. Okay. See the response? 75. We got 75. What about this plus? You will have so many assertions. A separate topic I will teach you. You can check the performance of the application. You can write the automation script. You can check whether this status code is here we are getting 200, right? Those things I can check it. So the response request, everything I can able to check it. HTTP code and in the response, whether we have any values or not using XPath mechanism. So many, whether it having the some word. So many assertion there. Assertion, it's a separate topic. As of now, let's try to explore into this tool. And you see here this. So this is just an exploration. We have one application. This is one banking application. Using this only, I'm going to teach you all the assertion. So because calculator example is very easiest basic application. Trust me, you go and Google it in all the YouTube, they would have explained with this calculator. With this website, definitely we can't able to learn most of the advanced concept. But just to get practice, just to make you to understand, I used this example. So you're getting the request, sending the request, getting the response. C200, okay, HTTP. Same way, I can try to add one more step. One step is adding of single digit. So see, it is green color, it ran. Next step, add step. Above this or above this, anything is fine. SOAP request. This is going to add the double digit. Okay. It is asking what you want to do. Yes, I want to add it. Okay. Add double digit. Yes. Okay. Here itself. Single digit, no? So now 14. Double digit. Something I'm saying, some scenarios. Randomly this scenario. Sending the request. Getting the response. What is the response? 75 plus 25, 100. And then request one more time. Third step. This is negative. Add only. Add the negative scenario just to try to get the fault of it, because till now everything was in green color. Click on OK. OK. So now what I will do is single digit, double digit. Let me try to add 10, 12.5. What is this? This is float. This is integer. Let me run it. See here. Can you all able to see this? Actually, see, raw means the status code. Raw data, find that status code. It means that it is not working. Sometimes 404 and all, we will get it right. So that is what this meaning. And when you go for XML, in the response, can you all able to see the fault? What do you mean by fault? Negative scenario. This is what fault? So in the starting itself, we saw something like this one. What is header? Body. Body is having positive scenario, means they will say response body. If it is fails, if we get any error message, then we call it as fault. Back to the tool. See here. Yes. Fault. So first thing is done. But in generally, I'm speaking. Let me close these things. So if you see here, I'm executing one by one by one. This data is already customized. So this is already saved. When we want to try this sanity suit again, directly we can run it. No need to change it unless if needed. You got the error. Okay. Can you all able to hear me? Okay, perfect. Now, this is step by step. What if I want to run the entire test case? Double click. See, double click. You will get this one. See, test case 1. Run this test case, stop. And you have all the 3 steps. 1, 2. Initially, we did like an unit testing. One particular thing we have ran, one step. Now, all the 3 steps. How to do that? Double click on the test case. Click on green button. Say it is executed. All the 3. It is executed. Perfect. And you can able to see the log, case log. So first we added this one. How long it took in terms of performance, we can able to do it. So many things are there here. And okay. What if I want to run this is step I have executed. Test case I have executed. Test suite multiple test case means you will have to double click this. Then you can able to execute all the test case together. We have only one test case. Let me try to create another test case. Right click, new test case. Test case for subtraction. So this is done. Now what we can do? Now I'm going to teach you one simplest shortcut. If you follow that, you can save a lot of time. So mainly in the projects, everyone will be doing that way only. This one. Right click, add step, soap request. That's all. Right click. Okay. That step, let's try it. Got it. 1 minute. We have generate test suite. No, right? Generate test suite. Okay. See here. You can able to generate test suite in different format. Add, multiplication, division, all the things in a single go. Also, you can do it. This is some easiest way. So you already have a sanity suite. In that, what you are going to do it? One test case for each operation. One test case with one request for one operation. Use the existing interface. Create a new empty. Like this, you can do all the combination because here just 1 or 2 or maximum 4 methods. What if for example, let me remove this. So with this, I'm going to generate the test suite. Okay, let me create a new one. One test case for each operation. Create a new one, all the 4. Maybe a regression suite, we can do it. Click on OK. This, what is the suite name? I'm going to create a regression suite. Click on OK. See, add test case. Now go and see, add how we created this one. But now all the 4 method we have it. That is what this option, one test case for each suit. Now you have to rename it. That's another way. So rather than you can do it like previous way, like step by step, or else you want to generate everything together means right click, generate test suite one more time. This time single test case with one request for each operation. Okay. Maybe smoke testing. Click on OK. So go to the CS smoke testing. In one particular suite, you have one test case which contains all the 4 steps. See, this is one way of purely depends upon a requirement. First requirement, I am creating a test case. In that, the test case related to that, I'm adding different combination, adding of single digit, double digit, negative scenario. This is I'm trying to create a test case for each one. Almost this one. Now you will have it. You will have only add. You can try to add one by one. That is also possible. Third way is only one test case, all the method, add, division, multiplication, subtraction. So these are all some easy or shortcut you can able to generate it. So as of now, please don't use this option as of now, because when we learned Java automation using Java, first the fundamentals we focused, naming the convention, naming the variables. So if we are clear about that sequence, then we applied it into the automation in the Selenium. Same way here, if you do this, you will not have any idea about hierarchy, naming convention and all. You will do a mistake, but please don't do it. This is once you're very familiar, that time you can use this. Okay, let me create like how you need to do it is sanity only. We started. Right click, new test case. One more time, I'm doing it for you. Test case 0 to subtraction. So in the subtraction, I'm going to try with. Okay, Robert, thank you for saying it. That's fine. So subtraction, add step. I'm going to add SOAP request. First one, subtract single digit. Okay. So you have to choose the respective method, operation, which binding 12. Now click on make sure this optional content is selected. Click on OK. So this is for subtraction. Try to subtract 8 minus 2. Run it. You got the answer 6. See here, we got the answer 6. You subtracted 8 minus 2. We got the response 6, and also the status is correct. Status code. Same way. Add SOAP request. Subtract. You can add like double digit. Okay. Go for subtract. Click on OK. OK. So here 50, 10. I'm just randomly trying to create scenario so that I can do a sanity testing, run the multiple suit and all. 240. It means what? 50 minus 10, 40. One more time. SOAP request. Subtraction. Negative. Scenario. Click on OK. Again. Subtract. OK. OK. Negative scenario. You put any value. Maybe 19. 5.26. Run it. 500. Internal error. It is a fault code. So like this only we have to execute. So when it comes for execution, you can run as a step. You can run as a test case. Now, if you double click above the suit, you can run as what? Run as suit. All the test case 1, 2, 3. So all you need to do is click on this. First, it will run the first test case, second test case. In real-time scenario, we may have n number of test case. Everything will be executed one by one. And here you see this option is very important. This is nothing but test case run in sequence. What about this one? Test case runs in parallel. Parallel means parallel execution. Grid we have already seen. TestNG we have already seen. Parallelly, all the test case will trigger together. See this green color, how it moves. I'm the sequential way. First test case 1, test case 2. Now I'm changing this settings to parallel execution. Let me run this. It started together actually. If you observe, very minute microsecond difference, but it started together. So what is an advantage of parallel execution means? Of course, it saves the execution time. And again, if you want to execute all the test suite, sanity, regression, smoke testing means we have a double click on this. You can able to see test suite. All the test suite. Run it. Of course, we don't have any value here, but test suite also can be executed. We can also kickstart everything in a sequential way, both sanity, regression, smoke testing. So these are all some good options we have it. One is test step, test case, test suite, multiple test suite. That's another way. And we also have something called right click, launch test runner. Click on this. See here, you can able to create a report, so many things like I want to execute all the test suite. No, I want to execute only sanity. In that all the test case or only one, those options I can able to do it. we have the WSDL file link. I want to know you got this link. I'm just talking in terms of project. Sometimes some project will have a documentation. Sometimes we will get only WSDL file. So how is there any shortcut way to understand about this means? Yes, we have it. What is that way is after you load it, what you can do, right click on this particular binding. You can able to see here, generate documentation. Those option will be very useful. And this is like a cheat code. This feature they gave it to generate documentation of each one, but you can use that in the starting itself. Like, okay, I want to know what are all it is available. You can do it. 1 minute, I'll show you. Okay. So inside this, I'm going to generate the documentation. So documentation is created. See, now this is much better. For example, it is saying it is a calculator web service, and what is the port? You will have port types on the source code, the main location from this server only. We are getting all the details, and what is its protocol? SOAP over HTTP. Totally, we have 4 methods: add, divide, multiply, and subtract. Why it is in the alphabetical order? If you observe, S comes the later. And we have 2 bindings. One is calculator SOAP and another one is calculator SOAP 12. See here. After this, everything having its own details in the source code. And what are all the operations you have it? So first one, see, we can able to add 2 integers, and endpoint receives a message, sends a correlated message, and from which action. So this is that link for add. So this, when you want to do the addition using this way only, you can do it int of 2 number. And what is the response? We'll get it as add result as an input. Source code, if you click, it will go, it is in the bottom. Same way, multiply, divide, those things. And this is that source code. So this source code, now it is much better for readability. You can able to see how the request responds, everything. So one of the great feature, you directly wants to go and check the source code of that. Click on the source code, it will take you to that place. Very, very important feature, which will help, it will makes us to understand about the application even much better. Okay, now one more example, we will do it. And for that, we are going to use this WSDL file. So if you go and enter this, you will have like this. You're not going to understand everything by seeing this. So what we will do, we'll try to create the SOAP project. So we're going to start a new requirement. That is employee portal. Like you want to add an employee details. You can delete and get the employee details. So this URL, I got it somewhere from the internet. Very better, easiest one to do it. Very soon I will try to create a web service under the Next-Gen at that time, because this is again not our things. Somewhere I found it, which is having some errors and all. I will tell you exactly where the error and all. Very soon the web services also you can find it in Next-Gen using some demo pages. So let's create the new SOAP project. Paste the WSDL link here. What is this? We can give some meaningful name, employee, company, adding employee. What it is related to some employee management. Okay, click on okay. It is loading it. Okay, so now you can able to see this one having add, get, delete. Same way, 2 binding is there, 11 and 12. It means that 12 may have the latest one. Let's try to generate documentation. Okay. See. Hmm. 1 minute. So see, SoapUI. Okay, WSDL report. So if I run this, this will override. So I'll put one more folder, employee. Okay. Okay, then I'll create one folder here. Results. Okay. I'll right click, documentation. Inside this, I'm going to generate this. Okay. See, now we got the documentation of that particular WSDL file. So we can't understand. Only web service developer can able to understand this. Let's go through the documentation. So this is all about the employee management services. And this is the main website it is hitting. And you can see two endpoint. Port one is 11, another one is 12, which is having three operations. One is add employee, get the employee details, and delete employee. So operations, let's explore one by one. Add employee means what? You're going to add an employee details to that particular server. See, it's a real URL. What you're going to add, that will be adding it to that particular server. We can retrieve it. It is not to the local. It is somewhat similar to the real-time application. And what are all the parameters? So if you want to add, you can able to see its data type. It's all about string data. That is name, ID, department, age is alone, it's a number. That's the first observation. And then you'll get the response as what? Boolean. Boolean means true or false. So it means when you're going to add an employee details at the end, you will get true or false. True means added, false means not added. So that's the simplest one. And it is also saying the fault. What is the fault? So you will get a message if it is fault, failure. Okay. Delete employee. So you're going to delete it with the help of employee name. So if you want to delete only with the help of employee name, we can do it. And if you observe, everything is an optional. So sometimes you can give all the information, sometimes you can give with this or without this. For a reason, you must know what are all it's optional. I'll tell you some setting if we miss, it is very tough to test it. I'll tell you that. So delete means through employee name only we can delete it. Get details also through the employee name. When you hit the particular server using employee name, we will get the response return type like age, department, ID, name. In the sequence only you will get it. And again, if it is a error, you will get it as a false message. And you can see the details of this, how it is configured like this. So this is somewhat better than reading the direct WSDL file. So use this feature. And you have a doubt on that, come here and go to the source code. You can able to see, okay, here only they added this one, adding the employee details. All these are all the server details. Okay, this is the place it goes and hit it and get the response. Okay, let's try to, like yesterday, now directly I'll try to use any one of the port. So the first port, let me close this, add employee. When you double click this, so this is the request. You can able to see it is having envelope, header is optional, there is no details, and you have the body, these are all the details. So here add employee, the name, ID, department, age. I'm sure our team member's name will not be there, so I'll go with this Anil. email, that is employee ID. It can be anything. Actually, this is all about text. If you see the documentation, it is a string actually. If you observe that documentation, it is a string. You can string means even you can give the number, no problem in that. Okay, I'll put ID department, age, something like 25. So you are added these details. Now, when you hit that particular endpoint, so we used to say URL as an endpoint, hit that server, you will get the response. So you're going to send the request. My employee already exists. See, already someone is there. Anil is already available. Okay, I'll put Anil S like this. 200. See, there is no such data, and this is since that this URL is open. I found it in Google, so I'm sure most of them will be trying this for testing purpose. So some data will be there, some data may not be there. They are not clearing this data, that I understood. 200 okay means what? Success. And now you see the response. We already know the response written will be Boolean. So true or false. Okay, this is about add employee. So now we added some details. Let's check it whether we can able to get that. Again, what we have to do, even though it's an optional, if we give this alone, we'll get the response. So employee name. Here, I'm going to mention this details. Going to hit the server endpoint. See 200. Okay, it means that we got the answer. Rather than answer, we got the response. See here. Anil has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, IT 25. Just now we added. See, this is a real server data. This is not a demo page. In calculator and all, it will not respond. That is just like a local. You add it, you will get the output. But is it possible to do all the main important like deleting operation, such important step and all? We can't do it there. But here we can do it. See that data. Okay, few minutes before we saw Anil is also available. Just let me try to check it. Someone added? Yes, QA 45 Anil. Someone already added. Vinoth is there or not? Definitely it will be there. Good. It's not there. I usually, and now it is there. It's there. Yes. Something. It is already there. We can able to retrieve the data. This is nothing but just imagine in the front end application, you're going to search the flight. You want to add an employee. So you will have a front page. In that, you give all your employee details, right? When you join a new employee, they register your details. Your details will be saved in the database. So they will not do it in the back end. What they do it in the front end application. How the data will be saved is like this only. What will happen? In the back end, all these data, when you click on submit button, it will go and hit that particular company database. It will go and save it. But we should get some acknowledgement, no? So it will get like, yes, you will get a pop-up like employee added successfully. So you are now your new employee ID is created for you. That is a unique one. And same way, after you are an employee, you want to search some details. In all the companies, we have that in the chat option. You go and type some name, it will display the details. So that is somewhat similar to this one. That is, you're trying to retrieve some data, it will display. That is the real-time example. What about delete? Okay, for example, you're about to leave the company. Now, I don't want to keep all your data. Usually company data are important. Your salary, all those details, that calculation, it will be an automated process. If I'm not deleting your data, what will happen? You will get the salary. So I want to delete such data. So in this example, with the help of name, like Anil. But when you send this, you'll not get the response. raw data 202 accepted. It is actually deleted. So XML, that is what this is a demo page. So they didn't configure it for the response. So it's an empty. But how can I confirm with the help of HTTP? And it is 202. Is it really deleted? Is it possible for me to check? Means yes, we can check it with the help of get. Just now I deleted it. See, it does not exist. What about yes? It does exist. Okay, let me delete that also. So I'm going to delete it. So it will go and delete from the server. See, unless it's not there. Same way I can do it for now also. So, okay. Control S means you can save entire project. This is also deleted. Do not show. You check the data. It will not be there. It is deleted. And what is the response we will get it? That is important. Here they made it as a fault code. It's an error. That data is not available. Fault code. You can see that reason. Employee does not exist. So this is the data. Employee does not exist. Okay, perfect. And what is the one drawback of this tool is, remember, you can't take this out of that. It's like a chat. You can take it and put a big screen. That's not possible. In SoapUI, you have to test this within this particular screen. That's one problem. You have a very small desktop and all, means it's going to be very tough. That's the one thing I hate about SoapUI tool. You have to test multiple requests, means you have to be very careful. You have to double click this respective thing and then understand it. So we understood about the application. So before we move on to the assertion, these are all the assertion. Important. This is what web service testing is all about. Once you say, yes, I have the web service experience, they will be asking you this only. You can tell any application, but what is your work is tested. Test means we are getting the response. Is that response is correct or not? That is what our duty is, right? Actual versus the expected. Let's begin the most important one, this one. How we are going to test it. So there is no that plus button. As I already said, that plus button will be available only if we create the test suite, test cases, those stuff. So what we did yesterday, same steps, I'm going to do it now again. So how to do that? So we have this, right click, first generate the test suite. See, again, you can able to generate directly. It is very easy. All you need to do, I want it as a single test case for each operation. It means one is for add, another is for div, another is for add employee, get the details and the delete, or else single test case. We in under one, all the three will be there like this. So that is what they mean it. And again, using the existing one like that, you can do it. But don't do this until you are really in the web service project. I'm saying it, take it as in my advice. It is always good if your resume is having a web service. It's a very high, your resume will be very, what to say, more demanding. If someone is applying for a job, how you know what will happen in the back end? It will suggest, in, for example, all 7 of them applying a job. We have a lot of algorithms. That algorithm, as an HR, I will go and give the keyword and search for it. In your resume, it will go and check all these keywords are there. So based on that, it will suggest for my requirement, this particular percentage match 95%. This is 75%. Based on this only, you are getting the call. So all this done in the backend. LinkedIn is in LinkedIn, that is an algorithm. It will work based on the keyword. So keywords are very important in resume. In that, web service API is such an important one. In that itself, REST is the topic we're gonna learn soon. REST is even more demanding one. That is the latest technology. But do I want to learn SOAP and directly can I move on to REST? Means don't do that, because most of the automation test case, most of the applications are legacy application. It means very old applications in many IT companies. They are still using these SOAP only, not SOAP UI tool, SOAP response. So try to practice it by creating step by step how we learned. Remember, even though this is a value added, don't learn directly. How we learned with proper fundamentals in the Selenium, same way like Java. Then we will move on to the next step, Selenium, then advanced Java, TestNG. We followed some sequence, right? Same way, I'm following a sequence how to learn any topic, any module. Go that way. Don't skip any of the topic. That is not at all a good idea. Okay, first, let me create a new suit. Sanity suit. Okay. Once this is done, then under the sanity suit, let's create a test case. Test case 01 naming convention, it is up to the person. 01 add employee details. Assertion, anyhow, we are going to learn about the assertion. So many assertions we can add it in the single test case. This one. Okay. Now, again, I can add SOAP request. First assertion. What is the first assertion? It's about validating the response for true. So, okay. True validation. True response. I'll put this way. Response validation. That must be true. Okay. So it is asking which binding. 12. Latest one. Add employee. Okay. Now comes the most important common mistake, especially as a newbie. Everyone will do is they forget to select this option. First time alone, if you select, after that, it will be saved. That is, create optional content in the same sample request. If you miss this, you will not get all the fields engines. If you observed it, some of the fields, not some of the field, all fields are optional in this requirement. So if I forget this means, then you will not have a proper request details. So what will happen if this will not be displayed? Because everything is optional, you will be getting like this. So that leads to even testing something you're not adding, but you're missing some data, and testing means what will happen? That's not a proper testing. Always add optional, nothing wrong in that. Then you can modify accordingly. Okay, fine. So let's first try to add the data. Let me go with Anil, then ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We deleted it. It is not there. I'm sure about that. Department, ID, age 25. Run it. 200. Okay, see here. Going forward, we are going to, because most of the validation is all about the actual results what the expected. It means what? It's all about the response only. Most of the validations. See here. HTTP, what is the status code? 200. And if it is a GUI testing, that successful message is the one we validate. Here, what is that successful message? Nothing but the status code 200. Yes, we got it. Then we are getting true or not. So this one only we are going to validate. Now you can able to see that plus. See, this is not available initially. When you open this binding, it will not be there. You have to create like this test. So test case test step. then only this plus option assertion will be enabled. Okay, first one, response returning true. So what is the method for that? It is contains method. So click on this. You will get recently used. Let's go one by one. First one is property content. Remember, it is not possible for you to remember all these options. That is naturally when you keep doing it, then only you will get used to it. But remember only one thing. If you want to add assertion, you have to create the test suite. Then only this particular plus button you can able to add it. If very less only it will be available, you can explore it one by one. By chance, if you forget it, one is property content. So this one is content. So what I will do is I will try to rename contains assertion. So method is contain. No, so let's go logically. Property contain. See, it searches for the existence of a string token in the property value and supports a regular expression applicable to any property. So I'm going to click on add. So you will get this window. What this means, it is going to validate the response content in that whether that particular day, for example, here we want true, type that. Any word in this example, it is true. Sometimes some other data you want to validate, maybe you will get the response as your name, your age, your department, transaction ID, employment ID. According to that, you can use contains method. So true. So what you can do, actually ignore case in comparison. This is since you all already know Java. In Java, we have seen equals method, then contains method, then equals, ignore case. So capital and small letter, it will not consider. So same way, here, I can ignore the case. Capital, small letter, does not matter. Even if you have a T like this, it will consider capital T. Small t, not an issue. You can ignore the case and use a regular expression. So it means you may have a transaction ID, some random number, but transaction ID word name, we should get it. What I was saying is like you will get a response like transaction ID, something like this. If you get it, means this is a dynamic one. I can't test this directly. So I have to go for regular expression. This one followed like that. So let's click on OK. It added, but where? So remember the place. This is a place. See, assertion. You can see it. No, this is the place. It will have all the assertion. Auto enabled. Click on this. By default, for all that test step, this SOAP response is a valid one. This is by default that 200, those things will be available. Even you can check it here. Where? See here, by default. SOAP response, that is the code is 200 something. So automatically it will be there. Then you can add that also, I'll tell you. But what we added first is contains. Contains, it's a valid one. What if you put capital T? See, it is false because you're looking for true. It is true, case sensitive, and clearly tell that why it is missing token. This is not there. Okay. What if I put ignore case? In that case, it is fine. See, all the three scenarios, I'm just adjusting according to the report, according to the response. So even if it is small t, capital T, but when you configure this one, it will accept. So these are all. This is a way you will use the contains method. Contains method contains the ignore case. That's it. Two positive scenario, negative. If that is not there, it is going to get fail. If you put false, what is the, you're expecting some false, and that is not there. It is false. We are expecting false. This is the expected data. What is the actual data? It is true. So all type of a scenario, we can able to test it. Okay, first one is done. Okay, this is done. Contains method is done. Now comes response not having null or false value, not contains. Sometimes you will get many data. In that, you should not find a particular value. If you find that, then it will throw false. Then it will say fail. Exactly opposite to contains. So here, let's go back to that. One more assertion. You can add all the assertion in a single test case. You can add it like here, from here, from here. Anything is fine. It's in the property content. Contains we have seen. Oh, what about all these features? JSON. So these are all the options available for the REST web service. We have SOAP and REST, no? So based on the project, the respective features, the respective options will be enabled. For XML, what is available, that only it will be enabled. Because JSONPath, it is all about the REST. This one, not contains. Not contains means search for the non-existence of the string token in the property value. Supports regular expression applicable to any property. It can be anything. Just click on add. So now it will check, make sure that word is not there. If that word is there, then it will throw it will fail. For example, you're putting true. If it exists, then it will fail. See here. This response contains the token true. We don't want that, not contains. The method is not contains. So what we have to do, reverse condition. So make sure it is not false. False means if that word is not there, then this is a success. So for assertion, yes, we are not getting false. So you can add it in a single go. So what I will do it, I'll put assertion. Okay, two things is completed. Contains, not contains. Very easy one. Now, what is the next one? This is also done. They will ask you what are all the assertions you are interview question. You have to tell these method. Contains, not contains. And a valid SOAP response, HTTP code. So whether we are getting a valid response, valid response means what? It is not having any error. So this is a valid one. By default, it is there. Already it is there actually. I'll remove that. Valid SOAP response. I'm going to add it. This. Property content. Here you have XPath. This is like verifying the exact value with the help of relative or absolute XPath. XML means XPath will come. The same thing when you go for a JSON, this will be disabled. JSONPath will be there. So this is a separate topic. Writing the XPath is a separate, very important one. So that we will see it later. Let's complete simple things. Then here, compliance, status, standard. So you can, so if it is for failure condition, you can validate it. First, we will go with the SOAP response. Validates that the last received response is a valid SOAP response. You get pass, green color. If it is a red, it will throw error. Click on add. There is no parameter. You no need to give any value for that. If it is passed, then it's a valid one. Same thing if for Delhi, when you try when you try to add, okay, let me add Anil again. What happened? It is successfully added. It's a fault message, but still it is valid according to the configuration. So we have requirement, right? In that requirement, they have configured this is the response, you should get it in this format. We get it. Again, it's a valid only. Something not as per the design document, some other fault message you are getting means then it's not a valid one. So it is an invalid. And you can see here, we are looking for true, but it was false. It should not contain. It should not contain false. It does not have it. Here we have only fault. So I think I should revert back that. 1 minute. I'll delete it. Let me execute again. Yes, all three. So revert it. I just deleted and ran executed it again. So this you're getting that response, no? That is as per the standard, not something which is you're getting some unwanted response. Again, how it is happening, it is comparing with the binding document. In the backend, it is happening. Whether the response have a valid HTTP code. HTTP code, again, you can add from here also. Invalid SOAP response, valid HTTP code. Checks that the target, the test step receive an HTTP result with the status code in the list of defined codes applicable to any test step that receives HTTP method. Just add it. It asks what is that number. So just a few minutes back, we know it is 200, 500, 202. See, remember the web service is all about the HTTP code only. That number is every number is having a meaning. 200, 201, 202, 404, 505. Like that, every number is having an in-depth meaning. So this one is 200. When you click on this, how to go to the raw. See, 200. Raw text. This is 200. This is the first thing you will check it. In any test case, are we getting the expected status code? 200. Yes, it is perfect. What if I give 404? This is the expectation, or 500 means the employee, it is already exist. I'm expecting that, but you get 200 means it will get fail. The response code is 200, which is not as per our expectation. So automatically this will happen if we add the assertion. Okay. So this also pass. 1 minute in. Okay. I used to get a lot of messages from team members. Okay, HTTP is done. Now comes the response time within the boundaries. Almost this is nothing but the performance testing, sort of, not that much. So when you enter at details, for example, you are searching for an employee details, it should display within a time. We will already get these details from the requirement document. Maybe if it is a front end, they will say the detail needs to be displayed within like 10 seconds. There will be some performance fine-tuning level. Within that, it should display. If it is display after 60 seconds means the application or the server is not working properly, we have to make it fail. In another word, it's an unstable application. That we do it in the front end, no? You're checking for something within the synchronization. If it is not happening, what we will say in Selenium, you will put implicit, explicit, whatever. But within that time limit, it should load it. If it is not loading, we will say it is a failed one. Same way here also we can test it. So if you observe everything, the response time for every request and response, there is response time. This is a response time of this request and getting the response. So it is 61 millisecond. So within that, we should able to get it, or else it will be fail. How to add it again? Click on plus SLA. So here we have few more things. This is an indirect. You want to check invalid HTTP status code, and it should not be SOAP fault. SOAP fault means it is giving some fault message, and we have to make sure it should not be a SOAP fault. So like this, you can add it. So these things you can leave it as of now. Now comes the SLA response. Validate the last received response time was within the defined limit. So within that, what is the defined limit? You're gonna give it now. Applicable to script test steps, and that sends the request and response. So entire thing, add it. It is asking what is the time limit you're going to give. For example, I give everything in millisecond. Can I click on OK? See, it is successful. Within that, it is happening. Okay, and we run it everything. Okay, what happened? I ran it again. It is added. It tried to add Anil again. What happened? The success, it 500. So now the assertion, see, first itself true is not there. It does not contain true, good part. It does not contain false. That's the one. It's a valid response as per, and our code is 200. It should be, but we got 500. What about the response? We defined it for how many millisecond? We define means just randomly I gave. In real time, you will get this details from the requirement document. So 100, but it took how many seconds? 105. It is above that. That's why it got failed. See, that's not 5, but 400. So it will fail. So what I'll do is for a safety, I'll put 200. When I put 200 directly, it will test it. Yes, it is passed. One more time. Okay. No. Okay. I used to tell you, I just clean the data. It contains true, it does not contain false. It's a valid SOAP response. The code is 200 and the response time, SLA, it is 66. We defined it for 200. So within the limit. So it means what? It is within the boundary timing. Okay. All or like it is not so complicated. Let me be frank. When we compare it with web front end, Selenium coding and all, this is nothing actually. But here also this is again a manual testing only you're doing it. Automation is also there. Whatever I'm testing, everything you can write it using the Groovy scripting. I'll teach you very soon. But still, testing is very easy. Web service manual testing. At least your resume must contain web service manual testing. Put that keyword. With curiosity, they will ask you first of all, oh, your project is also having web service, what you're doing. Like this is again how smart you are. Sometimes you got in-depth understanding. You completed the automation of this one also using the scripting means, then you can say we have a lot of test cases, like 10 to 20% of the test case using SOAP. Like that you can tell. We have actually in real-time project, some project will have only about the GI testing. In my previous project, one is about UFT automation tool. Another project we had Selenium. Another project we have web service. One more project we were working on mobile automation. So you can define or you can tell lies according to your knowledge level. Everyone will accept that, because no one is going to call to your project and ask. According to complaints, no one will tell what is the testing should happening in their project. So maximum they will test it in the interviews one day. So these are all very, very easy to explain. at least like a manual tester. Maybe one more better lie. You were like 2 years in manual testing, 2 years in automation. In 2 years manual testing, I used to do the web service manual testing. Then I moved into Selenium. So now you're putting like whatever you know it, that you are inserting in such a way that your resume or becomes the maximum probability of their requirement. Okay, 90% it matches, 100% it matches. Trust me, team, all of the resume which I have validated, only I'm saying like if I validate 100 resume, one or two only will be with the web service. Because most of our market, most of the service based company, they focus on front end GUI testing. Very, 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 very rare to find a resume with web service. Then, but now you just imagine if I want to test this application in the front end, means how tough it is. You have to launch the application, you have to enter the details, object identification, click on submit button, you will get the status code. This you're doing it in the front end. Yeah, using automation means you have to go with experts, or else you have to type and submit. But the same thing, I can able to test it even without the application. Backend, this is called backend testing. See, just I give it the requests and response in the SOAP request form, you're getting 200. If you have the respective application, you go and search for this data in, if for example, you have some GUI application for this, you'll find this data without any doubt, because you're creating everything through backend. That too, how long it is taking? Very, very less time. That is why the companies now, they are pushing it. Web service is very, very important. Go for web service. You can save a lot of time, especially testing time. So that's the main reason. Now, most of the companies moving to the web services, that is having like SOAP and again RESTful. So try to learn it. If you already completed the previous topics, learn this slowly. This is the final thing you're going to add it to your resume. And Python automation and all, no need to add it. Maybe if you're going for an architect, like you're having an 8 years of an experience, already first you go and join the automation resource, work for a few years. Then you will switch again, right? Like after 3 years, now you can also project. I'm saying just this is a plan. You always remember, you are having a 4 years of an experience. First enter into IT automation. How you will say through manual, through automation. You put it. You joined a company now as an automation resource. You want to switch after 7 years. Now, what is the automation experience you should put? 7 years. Don't put manual testing again. You will get very less salary. Now, if you're going to another company after 7 years or 8 years, most of the expectation we look is architect. Whether the person is having multiple knowledges like GUI, web services, like this, we will look for it. There, what you can do, you put web services, and then again, if you have mobile testing, you can mention that also. Nothing wrong in that. So this is how you should able to sell yourself for better salary. Trust me, my juniors, my team members whom I trained with like 4 years or 5 years, they get 18 lakhs. Seriously, I'm saying 18 lakhs is not at all a small salary. When I joined, like in 5 years, when I moved from TCS to Cognizant, they paid like 8 lakhs. That itself, they said like, we are giving only because of knowledge this much. I just validated. One guy with 10 years of an experience, they HR made like 7.5 lakhs for them. That actually, that guy is a person who is my lead now, who became a lead. He is a senior associate. I was associate in Cognizant. But now this person, you won't believe, I should not say his salary. In event on site, he earns 50 plus lakhs in Chennai itself. Chennai from India itself. He's not in Chennai, he's in Coimbatore. He went to 50 plus lakhs. Trust me, that is the market demand. It is happening. I don't know how many years this is going to be, but last 2 to 3 years, very good pay they are giving for automation resource. Why? I already said this long back. Why I'm saying it again? So many new guys joined here, like Kazi and all recently joined. So please use this opportunity. Don't be attached to your company. Oh my God, this is my company. I should not leave. Don't have that such stupid sentiment. If you have on-site, stay with that company because on-site is much better. Your resume once get the on-site stamping. You worked in a client location. Actually, this 50 lakhs, why they gave us on-site exposure. He was an on-site manager. My resume again, it became very demanding. I was an on-site. Same thing I said, like 4 years experience guy got 18 lakhs, right? He is also in on-site. Now he is in Norway. Sorry, Denmark. He's in Denmark. His name is John and he's from Kerala. I know him very well. My team members. So everyone, like, they are started as a freshers. So how you're going to sell your resume is very, very important. When you decided to work for money, go for maximum amount. Don't degrade yourself. Okay, someone gives 30 lakhs. Can I able to manage it? Yes, same work. But you proved already you are having an architect knowledge. The entire roadmap I have created for architect knowledge. So once you done with GUI, full-fledgedly complete a web service. Web service is not like drama. It is going to happen. It is happening. Python, complete it after 1 year, 2 year. Don't leave any topic. Then you get like a salary which you don't want to travel to US or UK. From here itself, we can manage it very well. That salary and all equivalent to the developers, more than developers, more than doctors. So that is the real thing happening around us. Just want to tell you additional information. Okay, we'll move on to the next two things. Security testing. We will get a response. That response should not contain that particular data. We just had this. Security. Sensitive information exposure. Checks the last received message, does not expose a sensitive information about the target system. What if someone hit the server of Facebook that actually you have API for Facebook? There is something called data analytics. Usually what we will do in data analytics, I will pay for the Facebook or some of the APIs for Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. They will have some API. Through that, I can able to get the data. That if you see so many politics, they will say like your tweet is created good thing, bad thing, sentimental analysis. So you put a tweet, you can understand how the people take it. Are they are supporting or they are not supporting? That becomes a very big issue. Data analytics, it is used in US election, Indian election. So what is important is so many hackers, so many data analytics, so many companies hit the servers of big companies that are sending the request, getting the response. Just imagine if the company Facebook is giving your password, means what will happen? Security loop, right? They can sell it in the black market. When they able to get it all the credit card numbers, black market still it is there. You can Google it. So testing, that is where the security testing is very, very important. That also we can do it here. One small example, just I'm going to add it. So here I can add in number of conditions. See, sensitive information, exposure, assertion, plus you can remove add token and waters description. So here maybe I put it, add a token. So this token, this word should not be in your response. If it is there, again, it is going to be a problem. Maybe we have only true, right? Anything, maybe like password. That word is not there actually. When you click on that, It will ask what that mean, description. Okay. Password of the application. And you click on, so project specific, sensitive information include the project specific global configuration. Is it for everything or only for this? You just go and click on OK. Yes, it is not there. Okay, I will try to add true. True is actually, I'm just making it to fail for a reason. I'll put OK. Now you see, it got failed, right? Because the word true, it found it. The true is here. See, this is and all very simple response. There will be some response, it will be very big. It is impossible for you to go and check. Actually, we are doing manual testing only. Even manual testing also, going and validating just like that one by one, it is very, very tough. We don't know what is the length of the response and all. So we can test like this. See, it is true. It will remove that. Positive scenario, negative scenario. So all the 6 important one, we have tested it. Then verify the SOAP fault, data already existing. You can test that. Okay, I'll add that also. This is the important one. Again, here complaints, you can go to the last one. Default. SOAP fault. No, we are not getting fault. If I run this again, see what has happened. SOAP fault, we got SOAP fault, right? SOAP fault. We have to test this. Maybe where I should use this, negative scenarios. You can write n number of test case. And now I did everything in the same step actually. You can add multiple steps. Some step is for asserting the positive, some step for sensitive information. You can come up with a lot of combination of data. It is very easy adding, right? You will go and add like this. Add step. So again, you will add like maybe fault assertion, then choose the respective one, add. Okay. Here also you can go and add the assertion. Like that you can do it, but just to avoid if it is in the same thing, it is easy for you to learn. I put everything in the same step. So depends on the requirement, depends on the project, or in that project, how they have used this coding, the sequence, you can follow that. Okay, fine. So what is that? SOAP fault. It is, we are getting a SOAP fault. What about others? It is failed. True is there, HTTP code is 500. But still the response time, it is going very smoothly. Sensitive information, these things. I'm just removing this SOAP fault. Why? Because if one step fails, when we execute everything, it will change to red. Anyhow, I don't like seeing something with red color. Delete. Okay. Now I can execute as a test case. Now I can execute as a suit. Anything is fine. Double click. Run it. Yes, it's passed. Suit log. You have executed this one. Double click. You are getting like this. Request, response. I'm not adding any properties. Headers, header details. You have it. And you go to that particular one. You can see the assertion. So all the assertion, it is passed. So if you understood the meaning of each method and since these are all the methods, contains, not contains, SOAP request, valid SOAP request, invalid SOAP request, valid SOAP response, invalid SOAP response, HTTP code within the boundary, security testing, that we call it as security thread and SOAP fault. So these names you should remember. So when you go to this plus, for when you prepare for an interview, what you need to do, write property content. What is having? in that particular option, assertion, first one, property content. It is having contains, not contains. Give some example, put it into paper. Don't first, you know how to do this. Once you're done with the manual testing, write it your notes. Notes are very important. So where this HTTP invalid code and all will be under the complaint status. This is easy. This is easy. Complaints means again validate the last received message with the associate WSDL schema definition. So we have that schema definition, right? Big complaints that also we can define. SOAP fault is fine. Response, valid code. This one is something related to the addressing response, something related to headers and other stuff. Security status, not that much important. You can tell these are all things having scope in your project. Script, automation script, we will run it here. We will add the automation script using this way. Response is nothing but the performance. Security testing, it is security testing, but you should remember it is sensitive information exposure. That word is very important. And JMC, what is the JMC request? I don't know. I think some JMS status. I'll do it now itself. Even I never tested. JMS status in SoapUI. What that mean? It will check for JMS specific error. For example, connection error. Okay, we will see what is that. We have a documentation. So this is the documentation. You can go and something which I missed out, you can go and get a clarity from here. So many, again, I'm saying no, web service is equivalent to GUI testing. What we have seen, it is a very big area. I know some companies, they work only based on web service, WSO2. So many companies are in the market. That company is only for the web service, no front end, all RESTful service like that. So if you apply for that company, you will not get through. I'm saying it, if you apply for a web service company, you will not get through. What you should do is use this as a value added. You have did some percentage. Inside that, if you get an opportunity to move on to web service, you move it. But when you apply for a job, go and check that company profile. The company is all about the front end or the back end, or they talk about web service, they talk about mobile testing. You can easily understand when you read the job description. By reading that, they put a lot of job description about SOAP, those stuff and all. You can understand, okay, this is going to be tough. Front end with this is good. So JMS, a session will, there is some specific error connections that we can able to test it like this. Timeout, that particular error, the assertion does not need to be configured. It checks for specific. Within that time, it should happen. If not, it will throw the error. So JMS is itself a separate topic. Some web service applications you can see. So these things and all, you can configure it. Anyhow. Security you are done, and database, this option is not available, JDBC. So those stuff also, that is testing of a data, connecting to the database, the response time, the value, those options also there. But again, this is a free version. Some of the feature is not for the open SoapUI. There is another paid one is there. For that, these options will be available. So you no need to buy and all. Whatever I'm teaching you, that is enough. You can project it. Because this is the same syllabus I'm teaching in my own company. It means what? This is enough to work in any project. Other part, the company will invest on buying the paid product, that you can use it for your growth. Okay, fine. So till now, is everyone clear? Team, all good? Everyone good? Yes? No? Reply? Perfect. I got one reply. What about others? Thank you, Sandhya. Anil, Achala, Vaibhav. You guys are listening, right? Good. Thank you for replying. Okay. Let's move on to the next most important topic, XPath. You're going, see, what I did is just verified this value in the entire thing, like contains and those response. Now, let's try to create one more thing. Add a new test case. Test case 02. Get employee details. Okay. Then let's try to add a step. SOAP request. Get employee assertion for that. Use the 12 binding. Okay. Okay. So let me try to hit the server. Anil, I think Anil only I added it. Yes, Anil only, not Anilas. Okay. Now I can able to test this. Yeah, the reason why I have selected get is I can able to run any number of time. It is not adding it, right? Just retrieving the data. See 200. And now this is something we are having multiple nodes like age, department, ID, name. So not like before. Before it is just one value. Now you are having these many values. Now it's like whether in the age this value is there, in the department it is there, in the name is this there. So whether it's all number like that, we can able to do some XPath validation. See, ID of the employee, department, and that SOAP response pattern. This is how it should be. Age, only unique name. It is there any duplicates here? So those things we can able to do it with the help of XPath match. See, that is just one option in the assertion. If you go here, property content, this one, XPath match. But this is the widely used feature in the web service testing. So very important one. Don't directly learn this. First complete that. This is like a second level. Okay. We'll see one by one. Let me add it. So our past knowledge on XML, that's XPath, relative XPath, absolute XPath, everything it is going to be reused. That's why when I taught you a class about XPath, I said it very clear. That is the topic used for web service, Selenium automation, even mobile automation. That XPath will travel with you for all types of automation. In latest advanced tools like UFT and all, they added XPath itself as a additional feature. They are sticking to XPath. That topic, again, always try to learn how to write the relative XPath. Okay. Verify the ID of the employee. Where is the ID? This one. When you first, what you need to do is this is where the code we are going to do it and test the expected results. So it's not like you have to run it directly. You can run it here. So many features we have it. We'll go on one by one. First, you click on this declare. So automatically it will declare all the expression and expected results. So this is like node space and the details of the service. So you don't need to worry about it. Automatically it will do it. Once this is done, we have to come here. This is the place we are going to write all the thing. So let me save it. I will copy this response. My favorite, always I use the Notepad++. Give me a second. Language. Okay, fine. So I'm going to find what is the value is. Maybe what was the requirement? ID. ID is this one. So we have to validate what is the ID. The ID is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that correct? So what we will do, we will try to go with in a sequential way. These all falls under NS, node space NS. In the NS only we have it. In that NS what? Response. It is get employee details response. So double slash relative XPath, node space. So first in the, you no need to be specific with body or envelope. This is not absolute XPath. This is a relative XPath. So directly put double slash, it will take it out. So here, because this response contains multiple value. And then what is the next level? This is the next level. Then what we need ID. So purely see, this is how it is configured. I'm using this. If you have different type of written, not with NS, some other format, you have to stick to that. So if you give this data, this will directly find this one. I can do that here. Double click. Put it here. Click on select from current. Whether it is selecting it or not, I can able to do it. And then you can test it. For example, I'm putting this one. Just see. So it is retrieving the value. See? Okay. This means this will retrieve it. What about where? What about this one? If I give this one, what it will retrieve? You can visualize here itself. Invalid. If I take this, see, it is retrieving that value. In that, I want this one. I would have done it here, but this very small font. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, point numbers. You can test it. Now it is getting it. Or in real time, what you will do, you will put this, and this is my expected results. You can test it. See here, you have to get like this. The response match content. It is success. So it means what? I am expecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For example, you or made it 1, 2, 3 and tested, an error will come. What is an error? What is the actual data? It is 1, 2, 3. Sorry, what is the actual data? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is an expected data? It is 1, 2, 3. It is failed. So I can able to test using the XPath. Error and success. So test it. Yes, you're getting it. Save. Now you run it. It's pass. XPath matcher. Employee. It is done. Verify the ID. Now verify the department. So what I taught is this one, right? This one, you can also write it. Again, I'm teaching all the combination, how you can do it. Directly, you can use like this also. That is this also fine. Why you taught this means, see, sometimes you will get nested nodes. So you have sometimes this department, you may have it twice. So when you go like a common way, just like true, go and find true means multiple places you will get a true. But if you are very specific about where, you have to parse it. You have to travel it step by step. That's what we call it as parse it. This is the best way. But my response is only one, you will get it. Directly I want to find me. This is also fine. Either way, you can do it. Now recently used itself, we will have that. I can choose it from here. Or let's go to the complaints. Where? Sorry, property content, XPath. One more XPath. This is for the department. Again, declare it, give it here. Select from the test. I'm just trying to test it. Yes, it is selecting. We need ID only. Test it. Perfect. Okay. So XPath measure for ID. For ID. This is XPath matcher for everything is XPath matcher only. You can able to clone also. If you clone one more thing, you'll get it. Then you can use it. If because always clicking or declaring that is an additional task, right? That is why. Again, depends. Okay, now what is the next one is verify the department. This is done. Verify the SOAP response. Check the SOAP response pattern. 85 attribute display. Okay. There are some additional thing like attribute display. Nothing but whether we have that particular attribute, we already know, right? Attribute, get attribute method. What is the meaning? This is an attribute, no? This is an attribute and its value. We want to check whether that attribute is exist or not. For example, this age is exist or not. I'm not worried about value. I'm worried about this attribute. How to do that? XPath matcher, declare it. So again, how this one directly can choose it. So this for double. Now if you'll get this, but this is the one we already seen. Attribute means I'm going to check whether these is exist or not. So I will say like method is exist method this value, whether this is exist in this data or not. True, yes, it is exist. Is that click on test, it is successful. For example, I'll put ages. You want ages? No, that is not available. Test. Why? Ages. It should fail. It is giving a false fail. Actually, this is wrong. It should fail. Anyhow, what if I remove this? Invalid XPath. That itself it is saying invalid. Okay, I clicked this. Maybe what do you mean by A? False. It is choosing something. Okay, till that it is there or not. Okay. It should be false. I don't know why it is not properly selecting it. So let's go with the positive scenario. True. And allow wildcards. Ignore namespace prefix. This I don't want to put it. You can ignore it. And ignore XML comments. So you put /, give Java comments, right? Same way, even in XML creation, you can give the comments. That if you want, you check the test-ng when you generate the XML document, in the side it will be there. In Maven pom.xml, when we add a dependency in the top of it, you will put exclamation ... That is the comment, XML comment. We can ignore that. So this is the one. Okay, XPath match attribute. Attribute. Where then the next one, response pattern. Unique name, whether it returns the unique name or not. Okay, in 1 minute. Okay. Okay, that I will one query. I will explain you at the end. Fine, no worries. Only unique name. Okay, let's back to this ID and department and only unique name returns. Let's check whether a unique only one occurrence is there. For what we will see. Let's try to add it. Go for the XPath matcher. Maybe age. We have seen already age, no? Department. We have to, okay, let's go with name. Only one occurrence should be there. When you search for Anil, only one value should have it. You will get multiple value means it is not allowed. Multiple data for that thing which you choose, declare it. So now again, for that, the method is count. So what is the count? It is 1. See, what only 1. By chance, if you're not giving this, you're searching for a data. If in real time scenario, if you search using the employee ID, it is a unique one, primary key. But if you search with the name in your company database, so many persons will be under your name. So multiple duplicate values, not duplicate value. For that request, you are having multiple data. So at that time, that is wrong. So this is, we can able to use the count, whether the same thing is coming once or twice. Save it. So XPath, what is the meaning of this count method? So count method is also done. So again, this is how we can able to test it. So response pattern is, we have to get it in the written as ns. So that one I missed it. XPath, declare it. So how you're getting the response pattern? I'm getting the response pattern like this as a written. I can put that. So this is what the response pattern. I should get like this only. That is what the meaning. Okay. You test it. Response pattern is there. Some pattern it should follow. Pattern. In that, I'm going to add little bit more into that. Same response pattern. I'm going to clone it with wildcard. Wildcard. So here, what I'm saying, you should get a response pattern. Here, it can be, see, sometimes transaction number will be unique one every time you run. So what will happen if that is the one dynamic value? If it changes some, it actual and expected, it will go and it will not be same, then it will be failure. So wildcard means what you can do, you can put star. So it means what? This field in this place, we can have anything. That is what the meaning. So see here. Here it is showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Instead of this place, if I put star, any value is fine in this. Allow wildcards. Then that also it will allow. See wildcard. So that is what this pattern I should have mentioned here. So all these are all some examples. We use it for testing ID rather than going. So by default, this will be added. So first we are trying to test by giving from step by step from the root node, from the response node. Then directly we can give it. That also it will work. And then attribute whether this is available in the response or not. And then count of it. Then response pattern. I need like this. If that pattern is there or not. Actually, in real time, you will copy and give it here. Now we are directly giving from the current. So we are getting. When you try with another combination of a data, whether we are getting in the same way. Sometimes the data will be varying. This is the one you are expecting. But that is not there means it will throw error. Every time this data will keep on changes. New ID will be generated means then what I will do, I will put star. So all other data is as per that. This one is going to be dynamic. I can use the wildcards. That's about the XPath assertion. Yes. Now comes the most important topic in sense how if for whenever we code, hard coding value is strictly not allowed. If we mention hard coding value, then the maintenance is quite high. So that is why parameterization concepts are in the all the programming language or all the tool. Same thing, same way, even in SOAP UI also, we can do the same thing. For example, let me create one suit. So let me create a new suit, regression. So in regression, a new test case. First test case 01 for add the employee. I can do this way, or else the easiest way is I can generate it, generate the test suite, create one test case for each operation, and use the existing interface or new request. You can choose anything as you wish. So regression, create a new empty request. It means no data will be there. So all the three. When I click OK, you can see. So the regression suite is created. So I can rename now very easily. Regression suite. One is for add employee. So I can put this test case 1, test case 01, add employee, which will have the step. Then test case 2, let's make it get employee. So I'm doing it from the scratch so that it will be easy for you to recap. So second one and third one, I'll go on with the delete. Test case 03, delete employee. So okay. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, fine. And let me create it again. So I didn't save. When I reloaded, it just went off. I'll create a new suit, regression, suit. In this, I'm going to generate the regression suit one use. Okay. Okay. But the problem is this sequence, you should be able to change it. Okay. Let's see. Test case 01, add employee. Let's put like this. Test case 02, 02, get employee details, test case, and test case 03, 03, delete test case. Okay, fine. So 3 test case. Let me add the details. So maybe I'll try to pick everything from our name. A team. Okay, let's go with name as Kamesh. ID something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And department, let me put make, age, some dummy values. So this again, I add the employee. So this name is not there. That's why it is added to this particular server. It is true. And the response is 200. So first step is done perfectly. Now comes the employee details. So here I'm adding the Kamesh again and trying to retrieve the value. Yes, when I retrieve that value from that server, actually this is a live data. We are hitting the server, getting the response. It is working. Now delete employee, same. Kamesh. So when I execute this, we will get, see, it is a defect in this one. We are not getting any XML response, but do not do accepted. It means what? It deleted. How can you confirm if you execute again whether that value is there or not? 500, it is not there. So that's how we can able to differentiate. Now, if I want to run the same test case again, what is the problem is I want to edit it. I want to touch this one. So why can't we parameterize it? So this is something like hard coding the value. See, this name, again, I have to update here. Actually, when I type this name, I can directly mention it here, mention it here. But what is the problem? I'm typing it again and again. Here, just three test case. Just imagine in real time scenario, we may have n number of test case. So every places I can't go and update it. So there will be some process. So what is that process? From where and all we can able to retrieve the data. So this is that one is global level. Global level means here we have all the project. For all the project, if you go to preference, see global property, here I can add it. Here if I add, what is that? This value, whatever this value is applicable to all the project. Very rarely we will use the global property, but still we can do it. And then comes project level. Project level means this is the project level. If you click on the bottom properties, you will have custom property. So in this place, you will add for the project level. Project level, what is an advantage of adding in project level? That value is applicable for all the suite. Then comes suite level. So whatever the value you're adding it here, that is specific to all the test case. Then comes test case level. Test case level, if you add, that is specific for all the step. Then test step level. Test step level means only for that particular step. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. I'm just keeping this global level because that is not because the reason is I have only how many fields? 1, 2, 3, 4 fields I have it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll go with this. 99% global level, we will use it very, very, very rare scenario in real time because multiple projects we will use it. For all the project, we may not have the same setting. But what is highly used here is we will use it for project level. But still, one small example I will tell for the same thing. Let me try to bring it from the first, just one example. I'll do it for this level, global level. So just click on add. Here I can say like employee name. Same thing, same details. Click on OK. So now it is added. How I will know it is added? How can I bring it here? See, remove this, right click. In the bottom, you should be able to see get data. Is that visible to everyone? Get data, global project, this option, bottom. Is it visible to everyone? Yes.
Yes, Vinod.
So in that you can see global project suite. So what is global? So see, just now we added a property that is called employee name. So now see, so this is how it is. If you find anything like this without mentioning any word with the dollar symbol and curly braces means it belongs to global level. Now I'm going to execute again. See, so it added actually. Let's confirm that. Is it added or not? See, it is added. We deleted it, but one more time I had it. But at that time, what happened? The value it picked from the global. Let me delete it because we are going to use multiple lines. So you remember this. Very simple. You have to go to this preference. Preference, in that we have something called global property. There you press plus, add the value that is respective. What value you have to add? Employee name and its value. After that, wherever you want in that place, right click, go to the last option, get data. Now you can able to see all, whether you want to give it in global level, project level, see everything, it's create new. And test suite level, this level, and you can also create from here also. You can go and create it here. If you add, automatically it will go to that particular place, but still we must know where to add it. So now I will remove this. What I will do, same thing, name, I'm going to give it from project level, then ID, suite level, department, test case level, age, step level, 4 levels. Mostly this is how it is used in the projects. So first one, so we all understood the global level. Now let's focus only on these 4 rest of the scenarios. Let me close this. So test suite level. This is nothing but suite level. Actually project. First one is project. See, when I click on this, in the bottom, left bottom, you will have a properties. Click on this. Then only this project properties will be there. In that, see custom properties. See the topic, it is all properties, nothing but custom properties. We are going to customize it. So custom properties, just click on this plus symbol and add here, same thing as you wish, employee name. I'll put same. So now I have added in the project level. Next, I will go to the suite level. In the suite, there is no value. See, this is done. Now suite level, because project means it is common for all the suite. Now suite means it is common for all the test case. So custom properties. So here we will add employee ID. Something 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not the same value, or else reverse, so that you will understand that it picked from here. Then test case level. So this is done. I'm going to call it now this one, department. So this is test case. Project, test suite, test case. Go to the custom property, add it. So this is department. I'll put ID. So different value under the same name. Then comes test step. So this one, this is the step, right? This is the step. Right click, add properties. See, very useful one. This is test case. This is test step. For this particular step alone, right click, add. You're going to add the properties. Add. Yes, properties. What is that property name? I will say user defined property. So it is open. I am defining it. So I am defining it. Drag and drop above that. So now I will say like age. You can have multiple value. There are some set of their values which are specific to particular test case now. So using this only we will do it. So I'll put 26. You can have n number of values even for everything, n number of value. Since I am using just only one value, because I have only 4 fields, just 4 fields. If I have very big request means I can able to give it in different combination of data. Now we added. So first we added the project level, then suit level, then test case level, then test step level. Test step means this is the test step. Add properties. This is the one you have to remember. So then you have to give the name of that property. After that, just modify it. Okay. Now we will bring it here. So in between, this is the place I want to get value from the project level. So right click, last option, get data, project level. See, even we have a global level, but I want this time from the project level. And see the way of syntax again, everything starts with the dollar symbol within the curly braces. But what is the name of that? It is in the project level employee name. So this we can't rename it. If you at one point of time, when you're familiar with everything, you no need to even do like this. Directly you can type on it. So it is a project level. Now ID. ID means test suite level. See, test suite. And then department. Department means it is test case. That is this one. Then see again, this is a project, test suite, test case. For global, it was nothing. Then this one user defined. See that here, user defined. This is not the one add employee response. So you can define property age. So that's the name of that particular one. So it can be anything. So this one very useful one. So we have added all the value. Now let me run it. If I run it, it added. We got true. Now I want to check that value end-to-end test case. So again, hard coding instead of this, already I know this value we are going to get from project level. See, project level, I'm directly retrieving from the project level, no hard coding. Get the details. See here, 654 IT. So it means what? All these values are retrieved from the custom properties and created the request. We got the response. Now, instead of see, when I change a value here, that will applicable to everything. So get same thing for delete also I can do. So rather than hard coding it, what I can do, I can use this way. Project I this one. Now let me delete it. So 202. So how can I confirm when I go and execute? Find nothing is there. Now it looks like a common one. So how can I try with new set of data? Simple, very simple. I can go and change here. I can go and try with any data. Sure, I'll do like this. See, I just change the data. Same way I can, whatever the data I want to change, I can do it. True. Now, no, I'm not even touching the script. That is the pretty thing about this options. See, IT, CSE, something like this. Let this be. Whatever. So everything I'm trying to do it here. Now again, when I execute, it got added. Other things I didn't even touch it. What happened? It got retrieved. 22, CSE, 0, commissurate. And then I don't want that. Always when you complete a test case, you must clean the data. That's a part of good automation principle. So that value is clear. How you know that? Execute again. This, you will know. What's the response? It's not there. So sometimes what we will do, I will copy and I can clone it, clone the test case. I'll put 04. Get employee details one more time. Okay. So now I can run this as an entire test case. First, it will add, it will retrieve, it will delete, and it will retrieve. So here, the asset validation code, what I will do, here you can go for it. So when you go to this, you can give the asset, you can add the assertion. So response, what is the assertion? Here it is. What is the number? First, if, okay, let's go sequentially. When we added, what is the status? It should be 200. Let me add it. Valid HTTP code. We are getting 200. Yes. Then assertion only, then only this color will change. Remember, after that, what you are doing, you have to get after 200, it should be 202. Let's check it one more time. So it is 200. When you retrieve it with the data, it is 200. That is also 200. Okay, let's go with the why it is not accepted. Let's see. Valid HTTP 200. Then when you delete it, I remember it is 202. So like this, I can able to validate 202. Then when you run again, it should be 500. So after deleting, if you go and check, that should not be there, 500. So all four, I'm going to execute as a single test case. Okay, because the data was already exist. Kamesh was there already, I think so. What I can do is, I will just execute. Okay, it is not there. Let me execute again now. So many files. So first let's check why it got failed. Employee already. Okay, fine. Now let's try to execute again. So let me change some value. I'll go back to Omesh. And let me execute as a full test case. See, parallel execution, if you go, it will not work because all the test cases are dependent to are dependent to each other. If you put parallelly, everything will fail. See, now we ran 4 test cases. First added, then retrieved, then delete, again we retrieved. It is saying the log, that is, it was 404. You can check that logs here. See, it took the second, finished it. If you want to go and check in depth, you can double click and go and check the data, response message, properties, everything. So this is how we will be doing it in the real-time scenario. At least everyone, see, again, you have to watch this video and do it practically, then only you will get full clarity, because this is all about these steps. But apart from that, everyone understood what is I am testing it, how I am testing it. Please let me know. What is the sequence I am following it? Everyone clear about that? You can reply in the chat. Yes, no. Okay, fine. See, it's very, very easy, team. The same process only we will follow it in all the SoapUI request response, whatever be the type of, it's a SOAP web service or RESTful web service. We are exploring the features of this tool. That is important. Features of this tool is custom property. So from the hard coding part, we can able to do it like this. This is a one way. Now, so all these things are done. We can also read from the external resource file. External resource file means, why should I want to type everything again and again? Same thing. So I can able to get the data directly. That is also possible. Maybe what I will do is employment ID. Okay, project level, let's go. So you already have this employment name. You can add it. It's up to you. So I'll create a notepad. How to give is very, very important. The exact that column name equal to the value. The value. And now maybe I can give any other name from our team. Okay, I'll give like I'm not sure whether it is there or not. Let's see. Here we have something called, in this place only you want it. Load. See this option. This is clear all the properties value. You can clear it. Now load property values from external file. So this one, you first have to create it, file, save as. Okay, I'll put like so test data. Let's see whether able to see that in the desktop. We should able to find it. So no. So it's not giving the suggestion. So test data. See, if you select this option, whatever it is missing, that alone, if for example, you are having multiple values, already if that is there, then it will not take. Create missing means what it is not there, that only it will be added. Here employee name is there. Here, if you are not selecting, employee name will not come. But what you are doing, I'm okay. Delete the properties not in the file. You are, if here that is there, but in the file also there means it will delete it. Let's first click on OK. See it updated. Suppose if I have mentioned this one, then this value would not be updated. So that is the minute difference. Here I'm just teaching you all with very easy example, because the web service, again, the complexity depends upon the project we work and the length of the request, response and all. It's purely depends on the project. But this employee example which I taught us, almost similar to the most of the project. So that you should keep in mind. So now for Vaibhav, I'm going to execute. Okay, I think Vaibhav name is already existing if my employee already exists. So Vaibhav is already there. Fine. I'll put like this and execute. See now that name is not there. It added, it retrieved the data, deleted. After cert, it checked it. So that is working. So we understood this properties concept, that is getting the value from global. Global means for all the project, for all the project. Very, 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 very rarely we use this. Again, depends on the scope of the project. Mostly every time we usually, what to say, update or keep every data or a project separately. We will not combine the data together. So mostly global we will not use. But project level, test case level, it is very, very common, like login credentials, server details, so many things. When it comes for test lab level, that is you want to try for positive scenario, negative scenario, different types of scenario means you will add new step, and try all the combination of data. And this one, in some of the projects, like 20 to 30 values, you wanted to get it from the, you want to add it to the custom properties. So every time, rather than adding, the easiest way is just create a text file, and you have to mention equal to. This is that column name and the value. So this is how, if you give, then it's going to be very easy. So one sec. Test case level, project level. So now I'm doing it again. Desktop. Moving it. Okay. Okay, it is adding, but what about 1 minute? I'll add something like this. Let me upload it. Create missing means what is not there. That's a one thing. If you add it again, two properties updated. I will delete this and try to delete properties not in the file. So not in the file, what is not here, it will accordingly adjust. So this property will be very useful. You have to explore this again. But mostly what we will do, we will not have like this. We will keep all the data in the text file and then upload it here. That's the easiest way. Either you follow every data from here or else follow the data from the notepad. Either one idea. Don't combine both the ideas, then it will be surely leads to some error. So this is done. And then, okay. There is one more concept is there, that is how to transfer the value from one request to another response. That is what we call it as what is that name? Transfer. One sec. That name is property transfer. See, we can't use Excel file. We have to use only the text file. Excel files is not allowed. So always use the .txt file, text file. That's the most preferred one. Oh. Now, property transfer. Again, that is also very useful one. What is that as? Last time we did one small program like addition. You are adding something. See here. Your add 3 steps are adding 2 values. Let me put 5 plus 5. When you add it, you're getting the output 10, expected one. This 10, this value from here, you want to retrieve and mention it in this place. How can we do it? So that is what property transfer. From one place, you're trying to retrieve the value and put it into the another place. From response to request or request to response, that is between two test step, or you can do it for this case, any level. We call this as a property transfer. I think I didn't mention it here, but that is one more slide. I missed it. Property transfer, a very useful scenario. Sometimes you will get an output. That output you have to retrieve and put it into some other test case as an input. See the difference. Custom property is something, instead of hard coding, you're giving a value from some place. That is what custom property. Now, what we are doing, you are getting some dynamic result. For example, you have created a patient ID. That is it will be created dynamically. Patient ID is created. that we can't hard code it. During runtime only you will get it. That ID you have to copy and put it into some other request and search for it. So if that's the case, how we are going to do it? A very useful one. So here we are, so we must know this one is add single digit and you're getting the response. Okay. So this is a response. Let me try to put it here. So this is a response. And then that I need to drop it here, request. So from here, I have to mention it here. Okay. So what I will do, I will try to add, I insert a step that is called property transfer. I'm going to transfer something. I will teach you this using two examples. Very important one. Even in internet, if you go and check this topic, you will not get it very crystal clear. You can have the same name or else you can give any name. Property transfer, I'll give the same name so that easy understanding. Now, so you have to add a new property. So what is the property name? Maybe a value or anything output. You can give any value. This is just a name of that property. Now you see the source and the target. See, you can able to get it from the project level, suite level, test case level, test level. It is purely your wish. So it is for me as of now from the test step level. This one. Here I want to get it from the response. Where? So from the response or raw request, you're getting raw request, raw response, right? That HTTP code, endpoint, username. We have many things. So for me, it's a response. From the response, I want to get it. So first you have to declare the variable. So you're declaring node space. We will say node space this one. Once this is done, always declare it. If you click, automatically it will happen. Now I want to read this particular one. So how can I do that? This is add result. Okay. So already we declared a particular node space like a variable. In that variable only you are going to save it like that. Node space one because ns1 colon add result. See this one directly. I want to retrieve it the middle value. So it is a text method. So if I run this, what will happen? It will retrieve that value. And then here again, we want to put it where? In this place, in it. So in it, in this place only I need it. So I can mention it in it here. That's it. So from here, try to retrieve the text and put it here. Using target property. Okay. See, it should be again, sorry. Yeah, we have to put it in this one and where? In the request node. From here, you have to put it into response. So from here, you're reading it from the response. Then you have to put it into the request. So I didn't choose that one. And also make sure where you want to put that place, you have to put question mark. Now you see, if I run this, you got some exception. Okay, no problem. Let's execute everything in a single go. Okay, some error. It didn't enable to do it. Let's see what is the issue. I can't increase the size. That's a problem. So let's remove this node space directly. Let's namespace ns1. ns1 only I have mentioned a colon add result. Then add double digit. Okay, let me remove this. Just will put. Okay. This one. This is different. This is different. Now I will save it to another variable temp. Now when we run this in this temp, this is going to save it. So this one. So we see ns temp. So that should be saved. When I run this, see, it retrieved the value 10. It transferred the value from here to here. When you execute, it will tell. If it is not correct, it will throw the error. So that is what initially happened. Now, if I run all together, see, it worked. Let's see how it worked properly. So we know very well 5 plus 5, it is 10. So when I go here, the value is replaced by 10. Okay, let me put semicolon. See, question mark. Now let me put like 5 plus 1, 6. Okay, and it will not be a 2-digit. Okay, 9. Then I will execute everything together. So 5 plus 9, 14. And see here, that 14 came from one step. It is not from one step. It's purely your wish. You can able to define at any level, from event suite level, from the test case level. You're getting some response. Mostly we will try to retrieve from the response and put it into a request. This is a vice versa is also possible, but still it's according to your wish. And we have xquery, JSONPath again for the REST web service, but we are using SOAP web service. No, XPath is the fine. I think, yes, that is also done. So this is how we have to do the property transfer. Till now, at least, everyone got some idea. All good? Yes, please ping me. Okay. It's recording progress. Okay, good. Now let's move on to the web service, RESTful web service. So we already know it is all about the JSON file. JSON file means I taught this basics, right? Team, please correct me in case if I'm wrong. I taught this basics, right? Get, post, delete, put. Did I taught that or not?
Not to my knowledge. I may be missing, but I don't remember at all.
Okay, fine. The problem is already in my organization, 3 batches going on. I don't know to which batch I'm teaching which one.
No problem. Absolutely no problem.
Okay, I will anyhow I'll do it again. No problem.
I
So
guess
we all
taught the
understood.
XML.
You all understood XML, right? XML SOAP request. Everyone clear about that? Now, RESTful. What is a RESTful web service? RESTful web service again, it stands for representational state transfer, and it's an architecture they created, they designed for specifically for this particular JSON file. That is, SOAP is having its own drawback to solve, or to there will be some problem in one technology. When they bring some next technology, they have to fulfill it. So that is why they are creating an architecture. In that architecture, whatever the problems of the SOAP is has been resolved. I'll show that in the W3 school. And again, next technology means it must be lightweight, maintainable, scalable, built on REST architecture. And this is the alternative to SOAP protocol. So here everything is used with the help of JSON format. What is JSON? I will teach you. I'll show you in W3 school. And again, so RESTful web service exposes API from the application in a secure, uniform, stateless manner to the calling client. So if you see Selenium 3, everything is done with the help of like this only, using the HTTP method. The client calling can perform the operation using RESTful service. So the way of message now, they are changing it from XML to JSON format, from the SOAP web service to REST web service. So again, this also follows the HTTP. It is having like 4 to 5 methods. I'll teach you that. And whenever you're sending a request and getting a response, everything will have its own unique ID. We will say that as URI, Uniform Resource Identifier. It means like I'm going to communicate with one of our team member. So the way when I send a message to that particular team member, it will have its own unique. So the rest of the members will not get confused for who. So I'm very clear. This message should go to this particular person. How every message, if I'm sending 5 messages will have its own URI, Uniform Resource Identifier. A unique ID will be there. And why we need again. We already know even the SOAPUS also deals with the heterogeneous language platform environment. In addition to that, when the complexity of data sharing increased, like a number of other devices, cloud concepts they came, SOAP was little bit not up to that level. So that is what when the technology improvement happened. So what they want to do, they have to create some other architecture so that in all the latest technology, it should able to work. So that's where the RESTful right now is very, very, very demanding one. And also another tool called REST Assured. Like how it is important SOAP UI. Same way right now in the market, if your resume is having REST Assured, it is having a very good weightage. It is also part of syllabus. I will be teaching this for sure. But I'm just saying now itself. This REST assures specifically they have developed for handling the RESTful service, nothing but the JSON file. But SOAP UI tool, we can do both the XML and a JSON file. I'm going to do this RESTful with the help of SOAP UI only. And again, any URL you are sending means it is divided into 3 parts. First one is base URL or another name of that is endpoint. Endpoint we will say. For example, my website, my homepage that is nextgen.com, that is the endpoint, a base URL. Google.com is the endpoint. Amazon.com is the endpoint, basic URL. After that, you may have sub pages, right? If you go to NextGen, after that, courses, Python, so many sub modules will there. So that call as a resources. So here we have under the Google, we have search page, news, so many things. And sometimes we will have parameter. When you search a data, you should send that data to the server. Then you will get the response. So these three, this is how an URLs are designed. So one simple example, let me take this website. So this is the endpoint, the first one, base URL, we will say it. But if you see here, the second, when I go to this registration form, this one or this one, see, this is the base URL endpoint, but this one is resources under that. Resources. Even the same thing, if you go to the google.com, base URL, endpoint. But when you go here to any other page like news, so you will have resources. And another thing is, you're trying to send some parameter. Sometimes you want to retrieve the data, you have to send some parameter. So here what I will do is, okay, Selenium interview question. The second I searched like this, clearly see here, see, this is the first part. What is that? This is the endpoint. And this search question mark resources, because this is belongs to search model. From here, from Q equal to all our parameters. See, from Q, you're sending a value, Selenium interview question. The space is done with plus. And the next parameter, something, SX, something equal to this value, some source. So we can't understand what is the meaning of that. But how when you search something, how it is happening in the backend. everything through either through SOAP or using the REST. I'm sure Google is using the REST web service protocol, and this REST, then when it goes and so you're the so you're going to send the request, then so what you are the client, when it goes and hit that server, you're getting the response. You're getting the response. So request, response. So this is how it will communicate. All the major nowadays, everything is happening in this way only. So RESTful, REST URL. So this is how we will differentiate. And again, the other few important thing here is how to remember this. I don't think I have said this, but still we can do a recap. HTTP method means the when someone says web service method, remember this key, CRUD. This is how I remember. C means it is create. In technically how it is called, post. R means it is read. We call it as get. Then U means it is update. We call it as put. For a delete, it is delete only. One few example I can see. You're creating the FB account, Facebook account. So what happens when you create a Facebook account? You have to use the post method. So these methods we will be using it from now, because we are into the web service very soon. When we go for Postman API and all, mostly I will be focusing on web service, RESTful web service, because that is widely used. Actually, in terms of interviews, they are focusing more on REST side. So first you want to create a Facebook account, means how you are saying to Facebook, it is post request. You're sending a request by sending all some value. Okay, your username, password, new password, that is email ID, date of birth, a lot of things. When you click on something, it will go and hit the server. All the details are correct, then you're getting some response. So yes, it is created. Example one. Now you are already in the Facebook account. You search some friend name. Search a friend name means you are type some name, and when you search, when you put, that is when you not this put, when you enter, what will happen? It is giving a list of friend names which matches. So it is nothing but get. The same thing when I search Selenium interview question, that is equivalent to get. You are searching some value, then enter. So how it is technically called? It is get. Post means creating something. Get means trying to get something. Okay. Delete. I don't want Facebook account. So delete FB account means what will happen? How you will tell to that server? It is delete request. So delete, and you give some details. This is my name and this is something. So it will be deleted. And put. So here put is having two. One is you can update all value in sense everything, username, password, everything, that we call it as put. To my knowledge, Instagram. In Instagram, we can change all the values. Am I writing? Please correct me. We can change all the value. Okay, in Aadhaar card, is it easy? In Aadhaar card portal, is it possible for you to change the Aadhaar card number? Tell me. Is it possible to change your Aadhaar card number in Aadhaar card portal? Yes, no? Tell me. No, it's not possible, right? In Aadhaar card portal, you can update only what? Only address. Am I right? You can change the address. So we call this as a partial update. How it is called as? It is called patch. I'm not mentioned here, so that this is the main thing. So, but still nothing wrong in learning this. But for easy interview purpose, if you remember CRUD, you can say CRUD code. That's the way. Create, read, update, delete. Create is means post, read means get, update it means put, and D means delete. Patch, if you remember patch, what is the problem will come? You will get confused between put and patch. But still, this is also that. This is partial update. See, PA. That is how I remember. Partial update, patch. But put means update. U is there. That's how it is. If I get confused, I just do this type of things. So patch is also set because here you can't update all the data. It is not allowed to update all the data. That leads to a big problem. Just imagine some hacker able to uh, access the Aadhaar card portal. Actually, many time it happened from the France and all. Some black market, they will just retrieve Aadhaar card number and post it there. So many tech news you can see. But access given in such a way that maybe you can use get. This access will never be given. Just imagine your Aadhaar card number is deleted means every transaction, every places you are going to have a big problem. That's a very big process. And more than this delete, this is the most risk to the government. That is, if an hacker able to go and update an Aadhaar card number, that's it. See, delete is also no problem. Some entry is deleted. I can able to get it from the backup or what already you will be having some data. Based on that, I can put it into the same account. But someone go and update all your credentials, all your Aadhaar card number, like our SSN number, they just shuffle it means what will happen? That's it. The entire database, the entire Indian that verification system is gone. So they are very careful. Not all the access I should be able to give when someone send the request. I have to give some partial update only. So I should design in such a way that through patch only I will allow it. Put is strictly not allowed in most of the government, most of the important websites or endpoint. So this is the basics of REST. So we do the same thing with the help of this URL. Before that, JSON, you must know. What is a JSON? So JSON is, again, JSON full form is JavaScript Object Notation. And this is also used for storing and transporting the data. Exactly what XML do, it also does the same thing. And here it follows a different pattern. That is curly, that is using key and value pair. Key and value pair we used to say. That is within the curly braces, the data will be given like key colon v. If you all remember, while creating driver object, we give key, and while setting the system property, system.set property, key and value only we will give it. So this is a dictionary concept in Python. This is a dictionary concept in Python. So mostly not for JSON, this is the best way. It is having a lot of advantage. Even in some of the companies, they use this dictionary concept while handling the data. It is having so many advantages. That is parsing it. You have a lot of data. See, XML means you have to go through some sequence, reading it. I will say that as parsing it in XML is quite complex, but when you come for JSON, reading the data is very easy because I have to read it and I have to create the object. If you create the object instance, see, that is what object oriented says, right? Create the object instance of that and use it. So creating an object of JSON is very, very easy because it's a JavaScript stuff. But when it comes for XML, the object creation is not easy. Parsing is not easy. So that is why rather than XML, suddenly this JSON became very famous. If you go and check with any web developer, all the data they pass it through JSON. So this just because of many reasons. In that, one reason is object creation. So I will see that here also. So it will be key and value. Sometimes you can have single value. Sometimes you can have as an array list of many values. See, lightweight interchanged written in Java. See, or Java object notation. It itself in the object, but XML is not an object. So already something is an object. Able to access is going to make it even much better. Between the computers, language independent. And why to use JSON? Yeah, here itself it is given, use JSONs. So it is syntaxically similar to coding of JavaScript object. Because of this, it is easy for us to convert the JSON data into JavaScript object and vice versa. So JSON data can be easily, so it is very easy to communicate between two applications. Again, JavaScript has a inbuilt function that will convert data. So what happens is when communications happens, for example, you have system 1, you have system 2. So initially it will be an object that you will convert to data. Data means dot JSON file. So here it will come as a JSON file, dot JSON file only it will come. Then while using, automatically it will be converted to object. So this conversion, vice versa, that is what said here. That is conversion for data into object or object into data. It is very, very easy in the JSON. It is having an inbuilt feature, parse it, stringify. So it's convert the object into string. For this reason only JSON was dominating. But this was not there with the XML. So that became a problem. You can see it here. See, both can be used to receive data from a web server. And see here, this is a JSON, key and value. This time, this value is having like an array, multiple data. Array means square bracket, key and value. The same thing, if you want to do it, you have to do like this: employee, employee, employee. Under employees, 3 things. JSON is like XML because everything almost same. But why JSON is better than XML? If you go for any web service interview, definitely they will ask you this question: why it is better? XML is much more difficult to parse than JSON. Parse means reading of the data. That is going in a sequential way, go and read every data. That is what we say, parse it. But JSON is parsed into ready to use. Directly you can do it. That is the main reason. And most of the Ajax application, JSON is faster and easier than. Ajax means you will get this loading pages. Most of the web pages and all loading, processing like that. We will see it. No, already we saw this Ajax functionality in the Selenium. Where Ajax web. Oh, okay. So Ajax functionality, it is showing the code, but in the web service we used implicit explicit wait for Ajax functionality. So that type of application, JSON is much faster. So you can fetch XML document, then you have to use DOM structure, then extract value and store. But here directly you read it, parse it. So again, performance is everything. So now RESTful services started dominating the web service market. Then do I want to learn SOAP? Means yes. If you go to any company, they will definitely will have SOAP web service project, 100%. You can find a company with SOAP web service. New project, they will design with the REST. This is the one. But vice versa, you go to a company where it will be having only REST, very less probability for that. So most are like, it's like if you come for automation, there will be UFT project, and new project they will go for Selenium. That is how market is there in all big companies. So this is done. Let's move on to practical. How can we do this? Let me close this. Here, file, we saw SOAP project, right? Now REST project. Click on this, mention that URL. Click on OK. Automatically, you got all the method. This, the way it looks quite different. And that is why when REST started dominating the market, the SOAP UI tool is unable to compete with them. So that's why Postman API, if you go and see the Postman API, it is well designed for, especially for HTTP methods. Okay, we'll see that. See, endpoint, the URL, bookstore.com, and it is from resource. Sometimes we will have some parameters. Sometimes we may not have the parameters, depends. So I'm going to hit the server and trying to check the bookstore and see what it is going to reply. It is a get method. Okay. Okay. That happened. This is a problem here. Okay. Okay. See a get, post, put, get, post, put, delete. Patch is also there. So many things are there. No need to worry. You remember CRUD. Update means put UU. Remember that way. So when I hit that server, see here, you're getting a response. When I send a request, what it is happening? You are having, so this is a website. I don't think it is having a GUI. If, well, I'm good. Or else, okay, created as a Swagger application. Fine. See, this is how they have created. Get. So you have the application books, a 200 status code. Any book will have ISBN, title, subtitle, author, published date, pages, websites. So books. So this is the one. So all of them are not. So you can put all these request response and get it. As of now, I'm going to use this one. See here, bookstore tools QA. That is the main endpoint. This one. This is nothing but the resource, and there is no parameter. So here, try it out. When you do it, you will get some response. Successful. So here we got all these details. It is V1 books. In what format? This is an example value. You have to get an example value like that. Yes, we have it. We have it. So here, let me copy this because I'll put it, go to the language. Always use Notepad++. Go to the JSON. See here. Easy readability. So you have a book, so many books. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 books, something like that. This is the first book, Git Pocket Guide. And this is a subtitle, author, published on this particular date. And then the publisher name, how many pages, description. This is a perfect, this guide is to perfect on-job companion to Git, something technical book. Then next book, JavaScript design pattern. And if you see ISBN, both of them are different. Title, of course, everything will be different, no doubt on it, but publisher remains the same. Another book, this one, design evaluation, design, so many books we have it. So they didn't. So these are all books we have it. I'm going to validate this stuff. So that is our duty. So most of the time you're going to use any method. See this rest, we will explore all these things with the help of another real-time scenario application. We will do that using the Postman API. So how I have designed the syllabus is two part is very important. One is SOAP web service, another one is REST. Using the SOAP UI tool, maximum concept we learned for SOAP web service. And REST, I will just do one or two things, but we will try to explore a lot about the REST using the Postman API. And finally, Karate framework, you can able to automate without coding for both the SOAP and the REST. That is the final stage automation. We can automate here also. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to automate these things using the Groovy script. If you have a time, I can teach you basics Groovy. Let's see, depends on the time. So when you hit this, you're getting this response. Okay, fine. So I can't add the assertion. There is no parameter. So what I will do, first let me try to create the suit. Okay. Assertion. I'm giving assertion, new test case. Bookstore. You have a bookstore. Add. You're going to add. Usually we will go for SOAP, we will go for REST. Okay. One by one I can do it, or else I can put everything to single go. So we have only that one. You just click on OK. Okay. Now, when I run this, same thing, but instead of here, when I add it as a suit, I can able to add the assertion. So that is the main motive for us. Assertion means plus. You have here. So click on this, adding the assertion. This is what we already learned this. Now let's try to do it for same thing. See SLA, whether the code is correct or not, all the stuff. See, this is JSON response, and you don't have HTML and raw data, 200 status code, any sensitive data there or not, SLA, how quick it is getting the response. See, whatever I taught you in using the SOAP web service, everything is applicable here. So I'm not going to waste time on teaching same stuff. In sense, see, we learned this one, right? This one. Response time, null, response. So leave about SOAP, but HTTP code, security, SOAP default. So this is for SOAP, but most of the things whichever we saw, that is applicable for REST also. In SOAP, we have used XPath. Here we are going to use JSONPath. So the first JSON, so here property content, you can check contains all the stuff. So one by one, I will do it. First, let's go with JSON path count. So uses a JSON path expression to count the occurrence of an element applicable to any property. So how many times, maybe you can able to find how many times a particular book was there. We can able to find that. How? Simple. So everything comes as a books, no? So I just want to know how many books there. Put it here. Just if you test, or you can select from current, anything is fine. Totally eight books are there. So you can put here. So you're getting a response. You can able to set that, okay, the response will be, if you search for this, it will be 7 books or 5 books, like that. So JSON, first one, JSON path. Very easy. This one, exactly. What is that key? If you mention the key, it is more than enough. Okay. First one is done. Same way. Now, property content, JSON path count, same way, path existence. So your you're going to parse it to one by one, whether that use JSON path expression to select the content from the target property and compare the results to the expected value. What it is saying now, it first one saw how many count. Now I can go and check whether maybe this particular book is, whether this is available or not. The second book, third book, that particular content, that particular XPath, not XPath, JSON path is exist or not, we can check it. So here we have to write it. So how to write it is, again, books. Book. Can you all able to hear me now? So what was the last conversation you were here? Please tell me. The count was 6. Okay, fine. See, um, you all got what is JSON path expression? That one. Okay, I'll do it again. No problem. So when I click here, first one we have seen path count, how many count. Then that whether that particular key is available or not. That is what existing, whether it is exist in our response or not. JSON path existent, just click on add. Already there, no problem. I will add one more thing. So here, books. So I'm parsing it, books. So in this, which book? It is first one, second. See, it starts from the 0. So when I put 2, and if you select the current, it will be there. In that, do you have this tag? Yes, it is there. If you give some other tag which is not here, okay, I'll put page. Whether are you getting page? I removed yes, and see, it is not there. So you can able to validate a uh, particular key is there or not. So let's go for A and B itself. ISBN current. So if you go for 7, you'll have it. Go for 8, you'll not have it, because totally 7 value. So 8 value starts from 0 means still 7 only it is possible. So it is true. So it is available. So you're validating a particular thing, particular node. I can't say node is used for particular key. Key is the right word. So this is the second validation. Okay. We can also do property content. This one. So it uses a JSON path expression to the existing of a node. Okay, here the node, and compares the results of the expected value. So we can able to first node is there. Now node and the value. See, select the content from the target and target property. Here you're going to give some particular JSON path expression of a node and compare the result. So you are going to do the comparison, whether the value. So we first found the count, then we found the node. Now, let me try to find the author or anything else we show. Okay, let's go with the author. So this is the book. First, which book? This is 0. Okay, okay. 0th author, first author. Let's go with first one. First author, square bracket. It is author, no? See, it is retrieving. By chance, while getting the response, if the author name is wrong, it will throw the error. Simple. So initially count, then we talked about node, now node and the value. If you put title, you're going to get the title. Learn JavaScript design patterns. So according to our requirement, we have to decide us. Then comes, this is a very, very useful one. So JSON path we are done, existing match, path match, this one. Regular expression, regex means that is called regular expression. So you in a particular place, this is how you should get a value. Maybe all of them must be a numerical number or numerical alphanumericals, that such things, transaction number, validation and all. We can use this. So use a JSON path expression to select the content from the target and compare the result to a specified regular expression applicable to any property. So regular expression itself a big topic. Regular expression for character only. Some good websites. See, not this one. One minute. See if you want to validate lower to uppercase. So there are pattern you should follow. How to give A to alphabetic. There is one cheat code, regular expression cheat sheet. Okay, this is that cheat sheet. So you again, when you're into the project, you know how to create it according to your requirement. Images. This one much better. Say A, either be pattern collection, capital letter, small letter, match any number. See, this one is any number. Like this. So many letters we have it. We can't by heart it this for sure. When time comes, you will have the cheat code and you will see, match any character that's either A, S, D, or F. This cap symbol, match any character that's not any of this, not equal to, like that. So what we're gonna test now is ISBN. So let's check this, whether are we going to get this as number or not. How to do that? Again, books. First book, any book you can put SPN. So we have to write that regular expression. So cap symbol, where is that cap symbol? Will be above the letters number 6, square bracket. So it can be between 0 to 9 numbers, star, dollar symbol. So this means here in this place, it will be between the 0 to 9. So if you get any alphabet, then it will throw the error. So it is true. So regular expression, how I form, you have to go through this. I'll share you this link. That itself is separate module, but scope wise not that much important as of now. But if we know that this option is there, then it's well and good. So you have to write everything in the square bracket. Everything has its own meaning. And dot means any character, slash. What do you mean by these letters? Question mark. So many things are there. So many good cheat codes also will be available. You can put for JSON. So that will be even much better. Okay. So some see here alphabet, username, domain, how it should be, an email ID. So you must get an email ID in your company format only. How will you do that? So such things and all we will be getting it. So you have to do like this. Any special character at symbol followed by this dot symbol, .com like that. See, username at domain dot qualifier com dot t. So like this only you have to validate it. Website release is something you will not even open the application, all backend testing. So this is also done. So four important one, that is one is how many count, then checking that particular node is there or not, then node and respective value, and again regular expression in that place. Of course, we can check whether it contains the text or not, contains, not contains, that will be applicable. And then we can also check the HTTP code, nothing but this number 200. We can test that. Then invalid HTTP code, negative scenario. Then how quick it will respond. So this one, the lower part, and then security, what value it is not displaying. So these things it will display. Is it clear to everyone now? All good? Okay. I consider it as yes. So manual module. So we are done. Next thing is automation modules. We script tutorials. So here, this is an again, Groovy is an object-oriented language, which is based on the Java platform. That's the first thing. And in 2007 only it came. It is uses the Apache license, open sources, and it is very easy actually for all the who needs to learn. In with this, in most of the Linux platform and all, they use Groovy only. And if you have experience on Java or any other object-oriented language, means no Groovy experience is required. So it means what? We are already in the safer side. Okay, a lot of advertisement nowadays running through this. So here again, how to create a what we do class in Java, we will create the class name and public static void main. So here there is no access modifier, static void main. Instead of system.out.println, we will use the println and printed. So many ways are there. And again, this we will try to do it directly in our tool. Data types, variables, operator, looping, decision making. See, almost this is the basics. And other stuff is not that much important. You can check this particular block again. So first, what I will do is I will go to this particular one. We already created the sanity suit, regression suit. Let me create one more suit. Groovy basics. Okay, now let's create a new test case again. Groovy basics. So this add new step. So this is the step, and here you can able to see a star symbol. So this one alone you should remember exactly where this option is there. It is Groovy script. So again Groovy script, and this is a place we will write the code. Where oh, can close the rest of the things. So whatever we coded here when we execute this green button, you will get log here. This is similar to coding place, console place. Here itself it is mentioned, see, output, log output. So first thing, it is a single line comment. It is just like a crash course I'm doing it. And in Python automation, we will see Python in depth. So you already have a knowledge of Java, then in depth about Python. So Groovy is also very easy only, little bit change in the syntax. But again, I'm saying don't mention a lot of stuffs in your resume unless you're going to try for architect role. Okay. So how can we do single line commenters with the help of double slash? Almost similar to Java, and multi-line comment. Same, exactly. There is no big change. Multi-line comments. Exactly. This is how we will do it in the Java. Then let's try to ways to display the output. So I want to print my output. Many ways are there. Just out print.ln. That thing is fine. But here we use log info. Log means again, it is just an information, or it is a warning message or error message. That level we can tell. But print ln, I'll say low. Wallet print. So 1 second. Print ln single quote. Okay, fine. I thought that's, let's say, is it printing? So it's not printing, semicolon. Totally forgot. Okay, fine. Then I'll try another way. Let's go with log, because how we are doing it in SoapUI is quite different. You no need to create the object instance direct or public static. Those files you no need to create. Directly you can write it using log.info. So again, dot control space and all, it will not give any of the suggestion. We have to remember is like Groovy training. Let's see now. So we are getting it right. Can you all able to see? It's a information. info like this. But println is not working. Here we use log. One is info. Another one is I want to pass a warning message. For example, check the data setup, something like that. See, when you run it again, the previous result you will have it, then it started again. Can you able to see the color difference? See, it's little bit of green color. This is, I think, brown color. And again, raw dot error. So this will be red color, invalid request, something like this. Or else you can right click, you can clear and execute again. See, info means it is similar to pass, but it's just passing the information. And then warning, invalid, that is error message. 3 types of message, 3 ways you can able to display it in this particular Groovy script using SoapUI tool. Then let's try to do few arithmetic operation. Arithmetic operator. So again, int num1, almost similar to Java. You no need to mention semicolon. Int num2 equal to 20. Int result equal to num1 plus num2. No big difference. I'm not mentioning the, what to say, semicolon. So I'll clear it. If I execute this, it should print and say 30. See, 30. Okay, I want to concatenate sum of two numbers. So here, what should I do? Concatenation plus. Almost similar to Java, no big difference. Only semicolon I didn't mention. It is exactly like how we do it in Java programming language. And to display, we have to mention info warning error. So these three invalid requests and sum of two number. So arithmetic operator, same thing. Subtraction, division, all the stuff will come. And something which is very important, unary operators. So for example, int I equal to, let me put 5. Now, what if I do post increment? Yes, post increment plus I. Now I equal to I plus 1. The I value will be 6 plus 1. Log dot info value I. See, it is 6. Always in the bottom, you have to refer it. So it is incrementing exactly how we do it in the Java. Then control statement and a conditional. Let's put both together. Conditional statement. So the assumptions here is you already know Java, then only you can directly watch this. If you don't know Java, then please watch the Java playlist. Then it will be very easy. So you have declared a twin number int a, b, c. Let me try to put all the control statement and the conditional together. If a is greater than b, ampersand. B is greater than c. If that's the case, curly braces only. Log dot info, I will say a is greater. Else if b is greater than a is greater than b. Okay, and the b is greater than c. B is greater than c. Then what I will say? It is b is greater. Finally, else if, then what is the meaning? C is greater. A simple program. When I execute this, let me clear it. So now you will get C. C is greater. So it is checking. If I change this 400, B is greater. If I make this 500, again, I know it is directly, it is just checking. But exactly what is the difference when we compare with Java is no semicolon. That's it. Other than that, rest of the things same. So single line command, multi-line, how to print. Then this is a simple example of addition. You can do same thing for subtraction, division, multiplication, or everything. It will be applicable here. And then unary operator, which is quite important that we covered. And control statement, if statement we have done using AND operator, conditional AND. Now let's do one more program, switch statement. Switch statement. Okay, perfect. So let me pass a value country string within the double quote. So if you pass a country name, it should do some validation like that we will imagine. So string country name. Now switch, you're passing the country, that colon, semicolon and all, it is not coming. Yeah. I'm not sure log4j framework used in Groovy. I'm not sure. You have to check it on it. I don't have idea about it. It follows Java pattern. Log4j is a separate framework for logging purpose. Again, we don't know.
Hello. Vinoth, I'm unable to hear you.
Yeah, now can you all able to hear me?
Yes.
So what I was saying is the question from Anil, is it log4j framework used in Groovy scripting? The answer is I don't know. We have to check it. No log4, so no log4j, sir. It's a shell script. Because log4j is separately, they have created a framework for logging purpose. In that also, we will be seeing that log, that this command will be there, but still they didn't use it. And you can refer this minute difference or loops, while statement, for statement. So decision making we have seen. Just now we saw if, see, if statement. So this is how we have seen it. If is done, let's do the switch. Again for switch, we have to create a case. Colon, semicolon, such things are not here. Let's put Australia. So if the option is Australia, what it should do? As of now, I'm just going to display some message. So where we will do it, sometimes we have to check for multiple conditions and then only a particular concept or a particular logic needs to be executed, this one. And in banking projects, what will happen, we will get the response. From the response, we have to validate multiple stuff. How will you do that is with the help of switch. So in normal, because just imagine banking means it will be like for like 100 plus countries will be there. For every country there will be a rule book, so you can't keep open and update. Seeing that, it is very tough to validate it in some of the banking projects. So what they do the automation script using Groovy. In that, this switch case will be very useful one. Again, break. Same thing. 2, 3. Control A, Control I. Those things will never work. Okay, I'll put India. So instead of this, what I will do, I'll go with default. Last one, you no need of one, you know very well. Let's execute. So what is the error we are getting it? Unexpected input. So multiple script, line script 13, line 40. Okay. Colon. Now, yes, colon, we should make it. Sometimes if you are not getting it, please refer some website. So decision making, in that switch. So they are mentioning colon. Okay. Semicolon only, it is not ordered. Colon, what if I mention semicolon? Nothing will happen. It will, see, even if you mention or you are not mentioning, it is not a problem. It will work. So explicitly, you no need to mention it. So India means India response code is validated. Australia means Australia response code is validated. Suppose NZ something New Zealand, if I put, see here, no response code is validated. So switch statement is working. For loop, for int I we already used 1 semicolon, j is less than or equal to 10 semicolon, j plus plus, print log dot info, the number is, you can put j. So it is similar to for loop, printing the number from 1 to 10. See here, 1, 2, 3, 4 till 10. No big difference. I don't think, other than semicolon, system.out.println, almost same, everything. So everyone clear till now, team? Good. Some idea about what we are doing it? Okay. So you can refer those variables, saving into variables means we will use the keyword directly string like that. Def for declaring a variable. So like this, you can do it. If it is an any data type, integer float, then we'll go for that. But declaring to a variable which contains the value, we will use the def keyword. I'll do with it some other example. So this is the basics, no big difference. You can try it. Still, if you have a doubt, you can approach me. I can teach you again. Very easy only. Okay, let me close this. So now I'm going to create one end-to-end scenario, how you will be doing it in the organization. Yesterday we saw adding the employee, searching for it, then deleting it, searching for it. This is what we did yesterday. This one, what if I do 100% automation? How it is possible to do it? Let's see. Custom property, how the name Vaibhav came because I executed some of the program. So I will create one package name into in automation scenario. Okay. So this one. So project. Okay. Now let's try to first set the property. So I want to save the value in global property if you want, and then in the project, in the suite test case and test steps, like that we can able to do it one by one. So what I can do is I can Google it first of all. Fuse index, I don't remember. Groovy automation using SoapUI automation using Groovy. So you have a very good documentation in their own website, properties and scripting. See, can you all able to see this? Yes. Okay. So already they have given, this is what I'm going to teach you again, but what is the meaning of this only is quite important. So see here, set means what? You're going to set the properties in all the level. Get means you're going to read the values from each property. Yesterday, what we did was using manually. Now we're going to do it using automation. That's the minute difference. So first, let me create a new test case. Again, this is a suit new test case. End-to-end employee portal scenario. Not a scenario, that's the wrong name. Portal. Test case 01. Okay. Now, first step, let's try to add the Groovy script. What is this? Groovy script is for set the properties. So I'm going to set the property. Quite lengthier program only, but easy. If you understood the concept, it's very, very easy. Trust meeting property. So first we have to do it in global level. So it is already, the code is already here. Global level. So where is this? So in order to set the global property, okay, set the global property com.evware.soapui.soapui. So it means what? This is a package. This is a class. In this class, you have the global properties, and then you're going to set the property value. So what is the property value means here? What is this one? This name and value. That is what it is mentioned here. Name and value. So this one you have to remember the package name com.env evware soap UI. This is a package. See, all in lowercase, and this is a class name. In this, it is falls under global properties. What is one of the drawback of Groovy scripting in soap UI is when you do any small mistake, it will not show you the error message now. At the runtime only you can find the mistakes. So I may do some mistakes. We may get it. See, case sensitive, global properties, typo error, even small p will not work. Global property. So that's one drawback. We are going to set the property value. So how we are going to set key and value. So what is the key? Yesterday we did this at the employee. So employee name. Oh, fine. Employee name. Employee name. What name we can give? Okay, I'll give AC Anchala like this. Okay. Now if I run, it should go and set the value. Let's see. So if I didn't put it under the Boolean, if I put under Boolean, you will get true or false. Can you all able to see the value? It just saved it. See, employee name, Achala. It worked. So what you need to remember is package name, com, evware, soapui, class name, and what is the method is in order to set the global properties, global properties. In that, it is set property value. See, and again, when you want to retrieve, it is get property value, and delete property, remove property. Everything will come here. So this, you have to remember this alone. This is the tricky part, how you're getting. Here it is hard-coded. Hard-coded means no one can change this sequence. This is how, because it's a global. First thing is 10. Now, What is the next level? Next level is project level. So this is global property. I'll put global level so that easy understanding. Global level. Now project level. So here comes the concept. So if you understood this, then it is going to be very easy. Where we are now, that is what the question. And anything you start should start with the test runner. See, you're going to use the test runner. So test runner, and where you are now, you are in the test case, right? This is a test case. Dot test case. It is like, let me go to paint. So 1 minute, team. If you try to just focus this alone, if you understood this, this today's session is over actually. Okay, now it's a paint, no? It will work fine. Blue color. Okay, we no needed this. Okay. Fine. Okay, see. One is global. One is global level. Then it is project. After project, it is suit. After suit, it is test case. Till now, everyone clear? Test case. After test case, it is test step. So here, how you need, actually, this is one project. If you have multiple project, the same concept. You are trying to execute the test case. So here, I'll change the color. From here only, you are using test runner. You are going to execute means you have to go in a sequential way. This is the starting point, then test suite, then project. Remember, where you are going to set the value in the project level. This is the first one. Okay. If you want to set the suit level means, then again, test case, suit, and then you have to set it here, suit level. And test case level, directly you can set it. So, but this is the place we are going to execute. So you have to start from the test case only. Remember, this is the one point. From the test case, you have to do it. So this concept, for example, if you have a two project, you have to pass from one project to another project, means you have to go to the project and come down. That and all, I will come to that quite later. Now, everyone understood this hierarchy? Please confirm me. Everyone understood this hierarchy, right? We are starting from test case. That alone, if you remember, it's more than enough. Very easily we can finish it off. See, it's a test runner, test case. After that, it is test suite, test suite. Then it is project. Then in the project only, you're going to set property value, key, the value, and name and value. So I think, what is the next one? It is ID. Okay, fine. I'll put emp ID 1 2 3 4 5. Let me execute it. Let me go and check it whether the project value is changed. Can you all able to see the value changed? See, 1 2 3 4 5. Same way. Next level, it is test suite level. So test runner dot test case dot test suite dot set property value. So now, what is the value? Next one is department. Okay. Department. Let me put D capital. It's a suit level. Which department shall I put? Okay, let's put IT. Let me execute it. So here we are executed. See department added. So everything using automation script we are doing. Then test case level. Again, test runner, test case dot set property value. So after department, I think it is age. After department, it is age. Okay, age, any value. Let me put 25. Then, okay, I have to execute now. So this is the suit. This is the test case. See, from here only you're executing. Yeah, it came. Now, test step level. So test runner, here comes the catch. It is you're still in the test case. And directly, what you can do is you have to retrieve this step. This is called test step. This is the test step. And you see the property. Okay, custom property. Groovy script set property name description. Okay, let's see. First, we should get the name of it. Then let me try to create a step. Okay, and what I can do is this one, it's usually okay, fine. Get test step by name, I think. See property, suit. So they taught till this only. Okay, very clever, guys. Step, okay, context, get current step, get label, project name. Okay, fine. I'll give it a try. I'm going to give some name. So this one is test step property. Mostly it should be correct, or else I will check and let you know. The like everything is having its own property, no? So custom property. See, we added a step in that step, previous one. This particular test step property, we call this as a test step property, this name. So here I didn't add, I didn't create anything, but it will create. And that name is, this is a hard-coded value, test step properties. Then you're going to set property value. If this is not working, then surely I'll try to find some solution. Dummy name, some dummy name. I'm not going to use this anywhere. Something sample data. So let's try to execute. Null pointer exception. Set property PO T value. Correct now. The spelling. Line number 16 as expected. Okay, fine. This one thing, I don't know how to do the setup, this one step alone. I'll see this quite later at the end. Let's try to use the existing data. So this is done. R4 value, one is global level, project level, test suite level, test case level. So now it's correct. Please 1 minute. I'll create a property. Then we'll see. It worked? I think so. So we didn't create that step, right? That is why the problem happened. So I created the tester property. So it can be any name. So I got a bit confused with this property step and tester property. So I'm going to recap it again. See, one is global. This is a package. This is a class name, and the global property you should mention. That's it. Then set property key and value. Project level means again test case, test suite, project, do it. Test case, test suite, do it. Set property. Test case, directly in the test case level you're doing it. When it comes for the step, we didn't create that test data, right? That is, yesterday we did this manually. This one user defined. So like that, you have to create one test step properties. So this name only you should give it here. It is test step property. If you're going to give it as user defined, then you have to mention this as a user defined. For example, see now, user defined. If I mention this accordingly, I'll put user defined, or else we will get confused in latest part. User defined. Try to find. See, you're trying to get the test step by name. This is the step name, user defined. In that, you're going to set the property dummy data 1, 2, 3. Now we will execute. See 1, 2, 3. It is working now. Fine. Everyone understood how to set the property team? All good? Good? Yes? No? To some extent, at least understood the flow, how we are doing it. The last one, test case, and we are trying to retrieve this step. In this step, you're going to set the property. Okay. Where do we invoke the URL that we should be testing? You can, you may be project level. You can have one more property, URL and the value. You can do it like that. Clear, Sandhya? Okay. Fine. Same way, this is the first one, that is Groovy script set properties. Okay. Now let me insert one more step, that is Groovy script get properties. So we actually, what we did the setup. I'm going to get property, going to retrieve the value. That is what the next step. So just now we saw, in order to declare a variable, we use the def keyword. Again, this is a basics. We will be doing it. We'll be learning in depth in Python very soon. So it's a global level. First, we'll do with the global level. Global level. So how will you read the data? We already know this is the package global property. This remains the same. Now, instead of set, we are going to get property value. And what is that key? It is employee name. Yes. The same thing, comparing and stating. So this will retrieve it. Now we want to use this. We want to print it. So declaring to a variable. How will you declare a variable? With the help of def keyword, so that we can able to use this value wherever we want. All this, if we remember this variable name. So global prop, we can use it wherever we want. Enter. Okay. Log dot info. Global property. Let's see whether it is retrieving the value or not. Can you able to see it retrieved the value, team? See, it retrieved global property equal to chala, it came. Same way. My mic is again making an issue. The problem is it's a new mic. If I touch, can you all able to hear me now? Yes, right? So, okay. See, get property, what we are doing it, same thing. Instead of set, we are using get property value. Very easy. That is, assumption is it will be easy those who already understood well about Selenium Java stuff. Leave about, because there we use get text, get attribute, same thing here. And you're saving it to a variable that is, again, it is can be any value, right? Can be any object. So def keyword. Then you're trying to print out. Why it is error? This is why it is getting error. Okay, let me print, let me complete it fully. Then we execute. So next one is project level. Again, test runner, test case, test suite, project. Then in the project level, again, get property value. It is employment ID. Exactly, we should give it. Okay. So this one is project property. Let me run it. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can say instead of global property, it is employee name. Then it is employee ID. Yeah. Then again, next level. Project level is 10. Then test suite level. Same stuff. Def test suite property equal to test suite dot get property value. What is that value? It's department. Department. And then, so it is test suite property department. Yes, it is IT. Then what else? Test case. Test case level, def, test case, prop equal to test case. Test runner, test trace, test case dot get property value. I think it is age. Yes. Now let's try to print it. This case property. It is age. Trying to print it. Age equal to 25. Test step level. Def test step property equal to test runner dot test case again exactly where it is test case this one. You have to tell. I think directly you can test case. Let's do it from where I copied from test case. Test case test step name user defined. Then after this dot get property value. It's dummy data. Dummy data. I hope so. Dummy name. Dummy name. Then test step property. Dummy name. Clear. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Especially 5. This one. Everyone clear till now? Good. Everyone good? Yes. Yes. No. Okay. Now comes as usual. What is the next step? Add the step. It is SOAP request. So we are going to first what we're going to do. First we are going to add employee details. Finding 12. Create optionals. You don't forget to miss this or else you will be in trouble. Okay. Add employee. Now we have to do it very easy. Name. Right click, get data, global property. This yesterday itself we saw from the project level. Employee ID. Department from the suit level. Then age, right click, get data from the test case level. That's it. So if I execute now, the data will be added. Oh, quite famous name. Fine. What we will do, we will try to delete it. Okay. Usually I will not touch the things which I already coded. Where? It's like here. Okay. Accepted. Let me execute now. See 200. Okay. We got true. It is added. Just now it is added. So add employee is done. Now after adding, what we're gonna do? We're going to rest. Sorry. It's a SOAP request. Now next will be to message. Okay. Yes. View employee details. It is get. Okay. Okay. Now what we gonna do? Same thing. Same name, right? right click, get. So the employee name remains the same. When I run it, yes, it should read retrieved. Okay. Medical miracle. Why? Okay. I never thought this way. This is project now. So sorry guys, I used a wrong value. It is global, right? Global level, employee name. Yeah, Achala 123 IT 25. Now it is perfect. So this is done. This is done. Now what else? We are done with this. And the next step, if you want, you can transfer, for example, uh, property transfer. Yesterday I taught no that concept we try to implement. Actually, for delete also you can directly mention that employee name. Now what we're gonna do is you're getting something from here. You're retrieving this value and mentioning it into the delete like that instead of directly. See, property transfer. Usually reading it from the test data. Now from the response we gonna do it. So right click. It is property transfer of employee name. So here now from where so let me create employee name. So we gonna view employee details and then from the response. Okay, what is that? First let's see that response. So this is a response. So name, directly I can do that. // star colon name. Then you have to add one more step, that is for delete employee details. So delete. Okay. So here it is there. Now to this I won't add it. So which one? In the delete employee details. So you're trying to read it from the response of the view and going to put that into the delete employee details of the request. Okay, request where in this place. So it's an employee name. / colon employee name. If I run this, I should get that value. Are we retrieving the value or not? See, actually. So it is retrieving. So if I run end to end, it will work. So I will take this now. See here, it is 10. So if I run this, obviously the data. Why? No. Okay. I think I wrongly did. I didn't select the right one. 1 minute. SOAP request, delete employee. I have chosen a wrong method. It is delete because for delete we will not get yes employee name property value. Okay, here you're getting the log. When you run this log, okay, let me clean the data. Okay, it just deleted it. Now I'm going to execute from top to bottom. So it will set the property, retrieve it, and then it will add the details view. From here it will go to the this one. So it had an issue where in the employee transfer. So this is where the problem came. So delete employee details. It is request view employee details response delete employee details. Yes, and it is request only, but it's not executing. Initially it executed, no? This one, this one, this one, this one. So this one. First we'll put double slash any value. This one. Okay. Then delete employee. Employee name only I'm giving it. Double slash star colon this one. That's not happening. Okay, no problem. Anyone found any mistake? No need. For NS only I did that what to say? Property transfer. Employee details. For that only I put star. So let's see this. I can drag and drop, arrange that as case. So first it is view details. First, whether we have view details here. Yes, you have the data, no doubt on it. So double slash colon name. Then comes the delete employee details. This one, employee name. So target is delete employee. So this is, we are retrieving it from the response, putting into the request. Star colon employee name. Then failed occur. Now it is coming. Maybe some corrupted, whatever it is. So now we got it. When I delete it, I'm getting 202. So what I will do is I'll try to add some valid status code. It is 202. We have to get 202. Some assertions also I'm adding it. So after this, what we can do, if you want to check it one more time, adding SOAP request, view employee details after deleting. So how you will view get details? Okay, you can do the same way. Right now, what I will do, I'll try to retrieve it from the global. Okay, so when you view this, the assertion, it should be status code should be 500. It should be 500. If I run this, it is 500. Employee does not exist. It worked. Pakka. So till now, end-to-end scenario we are done. So now if I want to change the data, now I will try with some other data. Go to the global property. I'll add one more E. Okay. Now as an entire test case, I'm going to run it. So if I put test case, we will get this. See, entire effort it did. Okay, sorry. Actually, I did the wrong way. This is not the way I should have done. I'm just opening this. Here I should have given it. Okay. something. Triple A I'm giving. So when I run this value, it will go one set, and maybe 6 I will give. So I'm just doing all in the script CS 24 like this. Okay, now I'm going to execute and see all the data. Double click. So far it set the property. Let's check it whether it did. Yes, AAA. Then project level, it did or not. Yes, 6. Then suit level, yes, CS. This one, it was 24. So this set, and we are just reading it, and then what we are doing, we are using that here, viewing that data, and when I go and see here delete employee, you can see that name here. We are trying to retrieve it, then I'm trying to delete it. Finally, you can use the same way. You can use that property transfer. One more, if you want to add one more thing, you have to add a property transfer for how you did for this one. Same way, one more thing you have to do it. At that time, you have to do delete employee details after deleting. So multiple points you can add it. So till now, everyone clear, team, all good. No, yesterday we did, yesterday we did NS. This is a one more way I'm doing it. Yes, you're correct. All good. Okay. Now I want to remove all these property. What shall I do? So this one is get, set, generate, implementation, Groovy, combination of multiple data source, random rows. See, using for loops, you can give this stuff. See, a lot of stuffs we can do it. I'm just teaching you a simple thing, just like a fundamentals. That's why I said, please don't tell you did automation in SoapUI. Never say that word. You'll be into the trouble. You just say there are some test cases. We use manual way to do that. Okay. Now the last one. Let me add one more groovy step. Just I want to remove whatever I have added because set property I did. No, now I will try to remove that property. So groovy script, remove properties, cleaning of the data. Again, so you set this, remove this. So remove property. Okay. First one, I want to remove it from global level. So I'll just copy this. Here it is remove property. That's it. What is that property name? This one. Then same way you do it for rest of the scenarios. Project level. I think get will be much better. Project. Okay. Project level, suit level, desktop level. I'll try to copy paste everything and edit according to. Okay. So does the minute differences instead of this, I have to put remove property. What is that property name? Remove property, property name. Remove property, property name. Remove property. Okay. So everything is same. This path only, it's going to be a challenging one. Okay. It removed successfully. I think so. Let's check it out. Can you all able to see the value? It removed. See, it removed. Now I can execute the end-to-end test case. So end-to-end test case means this is how it should be. It should clean the data also. See, it started, it completed everything it did. And you can able to see that properties and this data. So here also you can see add these details, and you can see the log of it. This is what you did. And then view employee details. We got it. So that's how the end-to-end scenario needs to be done. All clear now, team, to some extent. At least you will have a confident, right? Somewhat we can do a little bit of automation. Again, this is just fundamental foundation, but in real-time scenario, the complexity will be very, 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 very high. Like how we learned little bit of fundamentals of Selenium. When you go and see the real-time application, the objects will be keep on changes. Requirement will keep on changes. Accordingly, we have to apply what we learned before or just try to find the code outside. Same way, based on the request and the response, first try to do that manually. If you know how to do it manually using these properties, custom properties, or anything, then this is going to be very, very easy. Now, I can do one more thing because we completed. Just a minute. Just a minute. So this is what I did. No. Okay. See, I forgot to directly just do a code walkthrough. So you can also write, for example, you're viewing the employee, and if that status is passed, then you can say it is passed. You're getting some value, you can say passed, or else it is failed. So you're trying to get that value and convert to the string. And if this happens, if you get some value here, then we'll say it is passed. That's a one way of validation. Another way, that is, you can, this is another important one. This is quite interesting. See, running test step from another test case, entire test case, test suite, project. So if you want to see, what we did is we ran the step. See, we ran from here. We ran from here, everything. What if you want to execute from another package, another test step, test suite, another project? So any level we can able to automate it. So how that is possible is, so this is what the next concept. What I will do is, first, let's go with the easiest one. Test case, running test step from another test case. So again, what is the test case? It is test runner, test case, test suite, and a test case. So what they are saying here is, if you see, only the diagram makes sense. Delete. Based on this diagram, I'm saying. So it is trying to retrieve test case 2. Okay. It is trying to execute. See, we are trying to execute this particular thing from here. Okay. Everyone understood the requirement. This test case, this step from this particular step. First requirement. Test step from another test case, whatever, from here to here. So again, what is the first level is? No doubt it is test runner. It is first it is test runner. You have to write, no doubt on it. But what okay. Better way to teach. Okay. Okay. See, from now you are going to execute this particular one. Okay. This is our requirement. So if that is the first, we have to make it's a test runner, and this is a test case, right? So I will put test case. From the test case, where you should go, you can't go directly to this one. You go test suite. It is test suite. From the test suite only, you can come here. It is test case and the name of the test case. This one, like this. Everyone understood how we are trying to achieve this. This flow is very, 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 very important. This is within the package. See, within the suite. Within the suite. So who is the common? Test suite is a common. From one test case, you have to go to that suite. From that suite, come to the test case, mention the test case name. So this will retrieve the thing. And you're trying to run this particular step. What you're doing, run this test runner. You're trying to run, and the context, entire data, you are passing it. When you do that, you will get the result. The result will be in different style format. In order to do this type of comparison, what we will do, we will get that results and convert to a string. Then only you will get this okay. So if you get okay, then it is passed. If you get not okay, you will get fail. So if I run this, see, failed, because the test it's not available. See, you're trying to run something. You're trying to retrieve printout, but what is the problem? It does not exist. That is the problem. So that's, if you have a printout data, it will work, or else it will not work. This is the first level. This is done. Now, second level. Second level is entire test case. Okay. Entire test case you want to. So where this one? Okay. Okay, I didn't tell fully. See here, you are saying the test case. This is the test case. Z2T test case 0 to view employee. In that, you are saying what is the step view employee. So I forgot to tell correctly. So from this test case, you're running that test step. So you have to go this and then get test step name. When you want to execute all the step means test runner, test case, test suite, then what you need to do? You have to stop with this. If you want to go in even one level in depth means, then you have to get test step name view employee. Then it will run. Then entire suite. Entire suite means what? Now comes the concept. So here, okay. Now see team, test runner, you are here. So who is the first person for you? It is the test case. And from here, what you have to do? You go to test suite. Now this is a sanity suite. You want to execute what? Smoke. So from the test, which is a common for both the test case, test suite, it is project. So you have to go to project. From here to project. From there, you have to come down to which? Test suite. and mention that test suite name. So let it be this. Now, if you want, see here. See from here, you went to you're here, you went here, you went here. From sanity, you went to the project. From the project, you came to the smoke testing. From the smoke testing, you're just saying smoke testing. So what will happen? All these test cases will execute. See, it all executed. Go and check it. View employee. You're trying to retrieve something. It is passed. Just now we executed. It is passed. This is the second thing. So what you have to remember is that flow diagram. In this example, if you see who is the common for these two test case, it is suit. So we went till suit and came down. But in this, you're from here to here or here to here means who is the common? It is project. So that's why we went that way. Now, entire project. Any guesses? Entire project, what you need to do? Test runner, test case, test suite. Then you will go to the project. But here, after this is a static one. Get project, get workspace, and what is that project name? Get project name, execute project. So if you have any projects, I have created already a project called execute, which is having view a particular. So you want to execute a particular project from anywhere means. So for that, you went till suit. After suit, you're saying try to get that project. So it will try to get the project in the workspace. Like in Eclipse, we have a workspace, right? So this is the workspace. In that workspace, what is the project name? The project name is execute project. So if you run this, let's see. It is failed because of the test data. So you're trying to run it, wait, thread.sleep, same way. And you're trying to get the results. Unfortunately, it is failed because of test data was not available. So this is what the important stuff. Everyone understood how in real time it will be done. It is not just automating the thing. We can able to trigger the execution from any script, like executing the sanity suite, executing the regression, smoke testing from a particular file, because you a non-technical resource may not know everything. So what we will do, we will write the script. We'll say just you just run this. Enough. If you run this, what is going to do? It is going to entire thing, entire suite, entire project, sanity suite. Accordingly, you will have a different suite. So mostly it will be within the same project. Very rarely only they just play with the two projects. No one is going to execute the entire project. So it is all about executing the suite. This is how we should do it.